morning and welcome to the Del Mar College Board Retreat here at the Center for Economic Development, convening at 9:10 a.m. on Friday, November 9th. We appreciate you being through here, through the cold, the wind, the sleet, the rain, all the weather elements. So thank you for being here. We do have a quorum. We'll call the meeting to order, and let's begin, please, with a moment of silence. Thank you. Elva, would you mind leading us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would you please join together as we recite the mission statement for Del Mar College? Del Mar College provides access to quality education, workforce preparation, and lifelong learning for student and community success. And as a reminder, Del Mar College is streaming the live audio and video from the official Board of Regents meetings on the college's website in real time, with the exceptions of the portions of the meeting considered as closed session by statute. One further reminder, of course, is if you wouldn't mind silencing your cell phones and any other electronic devices that might go off during the meeting. Today's purpose of the meeting, it's primarily a single general item, which is related to the strategic planning for 2019-2024. And with that, I'm going to open it up first to Dr. Escamilla for any opening comments and to kick us off.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to everybody. This is our second of what will probably be at least several meetings for the Board of Regents to come together and to assess where the college is currently and where the college is going in terms of a strategic plan. As you know, we're winding down in our last year of our current strategic plan, and this is an opportunity to come together in, I think, the most robust fashion for the college and put together a collective vision and from the Board of Regents so that the administration and faculty and staff can articulate it into our operational plan for the next 5 years, beginning in 2019 to the year 2024. Obviously, there's many operational good reasons for doing this, but I think the best reason for planning is to plan and to be a planning organization. It sounds simple, but it's actually a little bit more complex than that. And that's not just a play on words. But again, I'll remind everyone that the first meeting that we had several weeks ago with the Board of Regents was largely around how to plan, nuts and bolts of planning and so forth, and new definitions and so forth, such as key performance indicators and SCUP, the Society for College and University Planning, and as the organization that we're following, and all kinds of new and not so new ideas to prepare for the future. But that being said, we have our team over here to the right. We have Carlos Gadanzuay, Lucy James, and Dr. Christina Wilson. Dr. Lucy James, newly minted doctorate, I forget. I apologize for that, but who will be leading today's discussion. It is an interactive discussion. We're going to look from the inside out, and we are hoping to glean much about the college from the student perspective to the very service area that we serve. With this conversation, I want y'all to know that we're going to look at the data for the college in the way of outcomes, in a way that is meant to be certainly useful, thoughtful, but candid, and take a candid look at the data. I feel very strongly that the college is well positioned as it's ever been in terms of outcomes and so forth, but what we know is that there are opportunities to change, adjust, modify, and always improve. And that's the kind of team that you have here at the College Regents. You have a team that is looking to improve those outcomes. So we'll confront the data, the issues, to be constructive and candid along the way. So it's going to be a great day, despite the weather. It does bring in, this does bring an opportunity as Dr. Wilson makes her way to the front and podium. It'll be a good day. It'll be a good opportunity to prepare for the future of this college.
Hello, good morning. Good morning. Let me make sure I'm all set up. Okay. Thank you for being here again for our second board retreat as part of this process. As Dr. Escamilla mentioned, our first retreat that took place in September really dove into the SCUP planning model. SCUP stands for the Society of College and University Planning. We have had some excellent strategic plans in the past, but we want to build on that momentum to create an even more actionable and an even more intentional plan for 2024. The goals of today's retreat are to look at our internal and external environments, and the ultimate goal of today is to start to identify our strategic issues. Those are the factors, both the opportunities and, I don't want to say weaknesses, but opportunities for improvement that we need to address in our next plan. And we want to identify what we need to leverage or mitigate to bring us forward in the next 5 years. So today, we're going to take just a few minutes to recap what we learned at the first retreat. Then we're going to look at our internal data. Vice President Keys will share some external environment data with us. We'll touch on our distinctive capabilities and institutional capacities. We'll wrap up with identifying our strategic issues and then having a debrief at the end. It's going to be a long day, lots of great information, and we're going to try our best to make it very interactive. We want you to feel free to ask questions because, again, I know it's a lot. We don't look at this every day. Let's take the time to make sure that we understand what we're looking at. Okay. So our first retreat was in September. We called that retreat Laying the Groundwork. Today, we're calling this retreat Analyzing Our Environment, Knowing Where We Are. And as Dr. Escamilla mentioned, we do anticipate having more opportunities to get together and talk specifically about our strategy for the next 5 years. The next meeting that we'd like to have will focus on our vision. We talked about this the last time, the fact that the vision is what we want to be in 5 years. So we're not going to talk about that today. We really want to spend time on knowing where we are before we think about what we envision ourselves to be. Okay, so let's talk about the first retreat. At that first retreat, we talked about the fact that strategic planning in higher ed is relatively young. Strategic planning really became strong within businesses, within government organizations, within the military. It's a fact of just the way they operate. Within higher ed, proficiency in planning and developing plans that produce action is still pretty young. So early on, colleges and universities developed plans that they look like the ones you're used to seeing. They have your vision, your mission, prioritize resources, promote some focus, but they may not necessarily drive action. So what they call that in the SCUP world is shelf documents. They're beautiful, they say what you want to do, but they don't actually tell you step by step or lead the organization towards progress. So that's kind of where a lot of institutions started. I don't know if you all remember, but at that last retreat, we showed you this video of juggling the Rubik's Cubes, solving while you're juggling. The environment in higher ed has changed. We all know this. So early on, where shelf documents were okay, they were sufficient, the fact that there has been so much change within higher ed, Student needs have evolved. Technology is changing at an exponential rate, and we want to provide the best services to our students. New learning modalities are now being introduced. Workforce demands change. Our state and federal agencies are also demanding more. So colleges today have a lot on their plates, a lot to juggle. So where it was okay to have a very long strategic plan that had every single thing that an institution was a part of, now it's more productive to identify those key strategic issues and know what the priorities are to work towards within planning efforts. Planning today is required by our accrediting body, SAC-COC, and it requires an incorporation of demands for accountability from our state and federal governments. And as I mentioned, because there's so much going on with higher ed, so much change that has happened in the last several years, firm, strong strategic planning is necessary for administrative and academic coordination. Okay. The SCUP model, which Dr. Escamilla and I already mentioned, they call it the Integrated Planning Model. And one of the things I loved hearing from them when we went through the training is that institutions don't plan for the status quo. We're planning for change, and change is hard. As Dr. Escamilla said, we have a fantastic institution that serves our community in amazing ways, but we always need to seek to improve, always. That's what we do. Our student needs are changing, and we also have to adapt along with those needs. So this model is based on building relationships, aligning the organization, and preparing for change. Okay. So since our last retreat, we have started to put together our internal team of individuals who will be helping to lead this process on the ground. As we talked about the last time, we want a large, a broad team that covers all areas of our internal process to help us guide these efforts. Our final strategic plan won't be built just on the decisions or the feedback of a few people. We will need to engage our students, our faculty and staff, and our community at large. But this core team is going to help us to lead and to organize these efforts. This probably looks familiar to everybody. We spent quite a bit of time at our last retreat on this model, the 5-step SCUP planning model. Here's where we are right now. We are at the beginning of this process. We are assessing the landscape. And here are some added dates to give you a sense for where we're going and what our timeline is. So from now until about the end of the semester, beginning of the next January, we're going to continue to assess the landscape. We are going to involve our internal community in activities just like the ones that you're going to be going through today, sharing the information that they need in order to give us feedback. As I mentioned, we will more than likely have a few more, 2 or more board retreats in the spring. So we're thinking potentially in February, one on visioning. Did you want to add anything, Dr. Escamilla?
It could be as soon as February.
Okay.
Certainly by the middle part of spring, we'll want to take this information, pull together some strategies at the college, and start melding the operations of the college with the vision of the board. So certainly sometime in spring, and then probably either very late spring or summer for sure to start wrapping it all up in preparation for August of next year.
Yes, exactly. So while the board is engaged in this work, our planning team is also going to be leading and engaging this work on campus and in the community. So our goal is to have the plan approved by the Board of Regents in August. Then the implementation takes place for the next 5 years, and we will evaluate our outcomes annually. So we talk quite a bit about KPIs, ensuring that our goals are measurable and we know what we're striving for. That will happen at minimum on an annual basis.
I'd just like to add, and remember, everything that this plan represents will be basically the foundation, depending on how you want to look at it. It will anchor all of the operational plans of the college across the divisions for academics and support services.
Yes, sir. Okay. We talked about the components of a strategic plan, what you'll generally see within these plans, the mission statement, our values, how we plan to approach our strategic plan, our vision, what we want to be in 5 years, and then our operational goals and objectives, and of course the implementation plan. As the Board of Regents, we're really looking to you in these retreats to help us identify the vision. Tell us, as our representatives in the community, what you see and where you'd like for us to focus. Again, we're going to be collecting similar information internally, but based on what you tell us, where you think we should be focusing, we'll develop our goals and our implementation plan for on-the-ground action. Okay. We also talked about, even though there's certain components that are similar between plans, every plan is different. We looked at a few different plans, one that was pretty short, one that was very comprehensive, very long, had everything, but the kitchen sink in that plan, and we looked at one that was about in the middle. So I want you to consider that plans that you may have been familiar with before, even our own plan, we may want to change how it's structured. We need to develop a plan that makes sense for us. Okay, and just to illustrate, I love this graphic here. How deep is the mud? So if you think about different institutions, different situations that they're in, size, demographics of students, their plans are going to look differently, and their student outcomes are going to be different as well. We're going to spend quite a bit of time talking about student data. So what's important to think about is we want to always improve. We can look at how other schools are doing and compare, but probably the best estimate is how we're doing. How do we compare with ourselves over time?
We're probably somewhere between those two pups right there. We're not exactly a little terrier, not exactly. When I look at those, I see Dallas Community College on one side, and then I see a much smaller, like a Galveston over here or something. So we're somewhere between those two dogs. So.
To summarize this process, this whole strategic planning process, we have to identify, where are we now? We have to do that first before we determine where we want to be. Once we determine both of those factors, then we will develop our implementation plan, our on-the-ground actions, how we will get there. And these first two parts, these parts that I'm highlighting, this is where we're really looking for your leadership. Just to reiterate, this plan will be developed by stakeholders, not only the Board of Regents, but our internal community. It will address strategic issues. It will be tied to KPIs so that we can provide you with regular updates on how we're doing and progress that we're making. And as Dr. Escamilla mentioned, it will be implemented intentionally by all programs and units of the college. Every unit, every instructional unit, every administrative unit has its own operational plan, has its own student learning plan. So whatever we decide, the direction and vision that we go, it will be incorporated into those plans. As I mentioned, we are going to conduct an environmental analysis today, both internal and external. I'd like to draw attention to your green folder. Within your green folder, you will have a student profile card. We're going to be talking a lot about student profile today. And for today, you can consider the card in your folder as your adopted college student. Everybody has a different one. And it should be at the very front. The Board of Regents have them. We're going to be looking very closely at student profile data, student success data, capabilities and capacities, and then again, we're going to look at our external environment as well. Dr. VP Keys will provide us information on the demographic study that was recently conducted. Okay. As we're looking through this data, we're going to take some breaks to get your feedback, breaks from absorbing data. We want to ask you, what do you think? Based on what you're seeing, what do you consider to be Del Mar College's strengths? And what are some of those things that we may need to improve on? So I'd like to draw your attention to another item in your packet, 2 pages actually. You have 2 pages in your packet that are the SWOT template. So as we share data with you today, as you're absorbing this information and thinking about, do I understand this? Do I have questions about this? If there's anything that you consider to be a strength, jot that down. Anything that you're concerned about that you think may be a potential weakness, jot that down as well. Because we're going to have an opportunity to discuss what you think, and we want to combine all of that into one document. So please, I invite you to use those documents. So I'm sure a lot of people here are familiar with the SWOT process. So when we go through it, the first two pieces, the strengths and weaknesses, that's internal. We want to look at where do we think we are internally. Our opportunities and threats, those are things we look for outside the college. So I do understand that what we share today, there's no way to give you all of the data and all the information that you need. We are giving you a snapshot of the things that we think are the most important and most crucial for you to see. So if there's things that we haven't talked about that you think are strengths and weaknesses that you want to add, please feel free. Any questions so far? Okay. And then finally, after we've completed the SWOT activity, then we'll go through a prioritization activity. We want to know from you, from these strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, what are the things that should be addressed in our strategic plan, those key things. Okay, so now let's go into analyzing our environment. We're going to start with talking about our student population. Who are they? So before we get into that data, I'm going to invite you to participate in a short little activity. In your packet, you'll see a handout that says, out of 100 college students. I know we look at data all of the time here at Del Mar College. You get your statistical profile. You look at our dashboards through Tableau. I want you to take a few minutes and highlight what you think our numbers are. Out of 100 students, how many do you believe are enrolled part-time? How many of them do you believe identify as Hispanic, are enrolled in online courses? Just a quick little quiz. And this is in reference to our credit students. Take a few minutes to do that.
I'm sure everybody can count, but there's 20 students across by 5 deep, so I know it's 100, but I just want to, so that you can kind of get to it. I've already counted them to make sure that Dr. Wilson had the right numbers.
Thank you for counting my numbers. I appreciate that. Increases the validity of this work.
I didn't even count 25 by 4, not 20 by 5. Excuse me, counselor corrected me here. But there are 100 is my point.
And no checking your statistical profile, in case you brought it. Okay, it looks like most people have gotten a chance to answer. So in presentations to the board, you usually see charts and graphs, and we will show you those today. But because we really want to delve into who our students are, look at our profile, we're thinking that looking at 100 students may be a nice way to illustrate what our profile is. How many out of 100 students fall within certain characteristics? So first, let's look at our entire student population. This last year, our unduplicated headcount was 24,498 students, unduplicated.
Credit and non-credit.
Yes, all students, sir.
That's where you're going right now.
Yes.
Got it.
Of those students, 37% of them were our continuing education students. That's very important to point out because when we talk about our students, most of the time we think about credit, but continuing education students make up a very large part of our population.
Christina, let me just add something real quick.
Sure.
So Regents, at any point, you want us, this is it. This is where we want to hear, step by step, slide by slide. You want to interject something, you have a question about something, do not hold back, because we're going to be capturing your comments. You're going to be capturing the information that we glean from you all. As we hear what you're saying, we're going to be preparing strategies to address, the broader collective of what you say today. So please do not hold back.
Yes. Okay, 37% of our entire student population are continuing education students. 63% are our credit students. It's a larger group, but we can't forget our continuing education students, very important. So this data should look familiar. VP Keys shared this at our last meeting, looking at some trend data for our enrollments at both our unduplicated credit and continuing education course enrollments. So you can see over time, we've had an increase. We've remained steady in the last few years, a slight dip, but overall steady. A large amount of students are being served by Del Mar College every year. Focusing in on our non-credit side, this particular slide shows you annual enrollments. This is duplicated data. Again, this should look familiar to you. You saw it not too long ago, but I just want to highlight the fact that this particular student population is increasing at a very steep rate. Now let's take a look at our fall credit head count. I know this is where it gets a little bit tricky. The area in blue, the summer flex entry. So students who enroll after the census date of the prior term are included in the subsequent term. So you can see there we did have a little dip in fall 2017. But this particular fall, you'll see our preliminary data, and it is just under our all-time high enrollment.
Fall 2017, that was Harvey.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And though those numbers are preliminary, it looks very, very positive. Okay, so let's focus in on our credit students. The fall 2017 unduplicated head count. We are going to focus in not on the students that may have been added into the data a little bit later, but our cohort of fall 2017 unduplicated head count, which was just over 11,000 students. Okay. Of those students, 57% of them were female. That may not come as a surprise to many of us, but the majority of our credit students are female. Now, here comes one of your quiz questions. Full-time versus part-time. It's higher than you thought. In the fall 2017 semester, 77% of our students were part-time. And we know that. That's something that we know. You know, we hear, oh yes, it's better to be full-time, but our students have lots on their plates. We would love for them to be full-time, but we're just glad that they're here. We're glad that they're making progress, and we understand there's a lot more that they have to deal with.
Regents, this is one of our biggest opportunities right here. And I think responsibilities is to move as many students into a shorter time to completion and more into the full-time status as possible. And we have and are working on strategies to make that happen, because again, as Dr. Wilson said, we're glad they're here.
Yes.
And as they come to us, we want to prepare and prepare opportunities to move them in to opportunities where they're, I don't want to say working less, but taking more classes and finishing in a shorter period of time, in a more efficient period of time, with the number of classes taken that count towards a future goal, a goal or completion credential, but that they are using their precious resources as efficiently as possible.
Yes.
I would also think it's one of those examples that happens a lot in strategic planning, where an opportunity is also a threat, depending how you look at it. And the threat and the risk is how hard it is. They're more likely to drop out or to not be able to complete. And so strategies, there's oftentimes strategies both for mitigating the dropout, but then the opportunities of moving them to full-time or helping them do that.
Yes, definitely. And this is a situation that is common for a lot of community colleges, but it's important that we know that really the vast majority of our students are not with us full-time.
We remain in one of the biggest points of distinction out here is that, one, we're a commuter college. We know that the colleges that offer housing opportunities are usually in the opposite end, or on the opposite end of our spectrum to part-time. So I'm putting it out there as a possible strategy for future consideration in the future. That's an example of tying a strategy again to a situation that we have here. Because again, when our students are traveling in from out of town, they're driving in from Orange Grove, or they're driving in from the Bluff, or Robstown, or wherever they're driving in from, even from point to point within the city, their resources are stretched thin. These are the students that are coming to us with life issues that are extremely heavy, okay? And that's what a community college, that is the reality of our community college students. They come to us with a very different set of circumstances. They bring their lives with them, as we know the university folks students do as well. But the community college students that are working 2 and 3 jobs, overcoming health issues, all these sorts of things, dropping out of school, coming back and getting their GED and so forth, it presents a really, really difficult path to completion. I just wanted to add, I met with the Student Government Association leaders yesterday, or the day before. I think it was this past week, either way. I think it was the day before yesterday. And I'll tell you, we have a group of bright leaders. And I will tell you that they come to us and they shared their background with me. And I'll tell you, they come as leaders and they're stepping up as leaders, and we're so proud of them for doing that. And they come to us with, lives that are, they're carrying a lot of weight, let's just say. And they are doing a lot to just be here. And I think the more opportunities we can present to them to move to a full-time basis will, at the end of the day, or at the end of their career here, will benefit them.
And
Will help them in the long run.
Dr. Scamilla, we cannot forget those students that have parenting responsibilities
Oh, gosh,
also.
yes.
We
That's
have
That's what I was
many of
going to
those.
say.
Yes.
What resource do we offer in the way of childcare for some of the students who have that issue? The Early Learning Center, that's not a childcare facility, is it? Do they?
The best, it is in some way, but when you think about the capacity that we have there,
Exactly.
there was no way we could ever meet the capacity and the need that's truly out there. Our best solution to that, in addition to what we do offer at the childcare, at the early child care center, is partnering with and having the relationships with the organizations out in the community.
Like Head
And,
Start.
Yes, that is our biggest tool, because capacity, we could never be able to afford, provide for the full needs of our entire college, if you think about it that way. I know we're just touching the, just but a few lives with what we do in the Early Child Care Center, but it is our response, and we're taking note right now. This is the kind of conversation that we're looking for. We are in tune, and I know Dr. Garner, Cheryl Garner's here, our Dean of Students is here, as well as Dr. Rita Silva, that we are watching those relationships. We're making sure they're in places, because referral processes and an understanding where those organizations are is critical to answering that question. But to be able to provide it all as a college to the whole, every community college has this situation, and that is the strongest, we believe the strongest solution, and has been at the 4 colleges that I've been a part of.
What about job placement? Do we offer any kind of assistance with students that need a
Yes,
part-time job?
and in fact, we have seminars on a regular basis. We have outreach. Cheryl, do you want to step up? Do you want to say anything about that to answer? But this is the kind of dialogue that we need, so team, be ready to answer questions on, as far as career placement. I just spoke with the young lady this past week.
No, not yet. He's coming.
Still no.
It's not working. There it is.
Just this week, we actually had a job fair, one on East Campus and one on West Campus. Our Career Development Office has job fairs every fall and every spring, and we also work real closely with the academic programs in doing specific fairs for different majors, and that just happens throughout the year with internships also.
What about, I'm talking more specifically about students that need a part-time job while attending school.
The same thing,
The same
yes. They work with our Career Development Office, and we also have on-campus jobs.
Do we have
part-time.
anything, like the students on the West Campus that are studying aviation or avionics, that they're trying to get into the base? And
Yes,
I know
we
that
actually
they've had
have some-
stumbling blocks over there.
We actually have some strong partnerships with different community agencies and corporations, refineries, et cetera, that our students are doing internships, part-time jobs, et cetera, while they're in school.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Again, these are ideas that we're going to pick up, not only for strategies, but also for future presentations. We're gleaning information that we know that we can elaborate and shed more light on as we move ahead into the academic year. Yes,
These
sir.
figures include dual credit students, don't they?
Correct. Yes, I do.
So that's going to be about 20% of that. They're going to be all part-time, aren't they? The dual credits, won't they be part-time?
So how do we divide them out from the students? Are they falling into the
They are
general
included.
categories? Yes, they are included in the data, so yes. So they would be they would be part-time.
20% of the total population is dual credit.
Well, they're not all part-time students. I think some of the collegiate high schools might fall under some
They
full-time
may
status.
be enrolled for 12 hours, and
Yeah.
that's considered full-time. So they
Yeah.
may be, dual credit students are included in this data, but some of them may be full-time.
Yeah, some of the Harold T. Branch and the collegiate high school students would probably fall under some of the full-time status. So it's not 100% one way or the other with them as well.
But it is skewing the number.
Largely, yes, sir.
Yes.
They're factored into this one. Again, this is 2017 numbers. The 2018 are just being fully baked as we speak, and so we really are working on a slightly less number, but still very representative of what we're dealing with today.
Yes, definitely. That is one challenge with data is we have, once you have a cohort, you want to analyze it fully, but it takes a while to get that number certified. So we'll have 2018 pretty soon. Okay, moving on from this particular category, let's look at classification. And this one's a little bit tricky. Classification, what does that mean for a community college? Of our enrolled students this last fall, 70% of them were considered freshmen. That means that they have completed 30 credit hours or less. So some of our newer students have not accumulated many hours yet. 29% are considered or were considered sophomores, and 9% were other. And what those others are individuals who may have earned a degree prior to coming to Del Mar College. So we don't include them with the freshmen and sophomores because maybe they have a bachelor's degree, maybe they have another associate's degree. So that's what that breakdown looks like. Okay. Any questions about that one?
One of my first mentors in higher ed used to tell me, Mark, we need to make more sophomores. Okay? I mean, there's a reason for that. You've got to move these students through. Again, another, depending on how you want to look at it, another opportunity for the college right there.
Yes.
Some numbers that we can work upon to move them into the sophomore ranks. You know, that ultimately translates to graduates. And strategies to do that is what we're working on right now.
Although we don't know that they're not sophomores somewhere else. I mean, it doesn't mean they haven't gone on to that the rest of the freshmen have dropped out. They may be
True.
sophomores at some other university.
True, there's a classification there too as well.
That's true.
Absolutely.
It all depends on what they send to us on their transcript.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We
And
do.
what are some of the reasons that our numbers are so low when it comes to sophomores?
So,
They just leave us at the end of their freshman year?
well, we're going to get into that. We're going to move into that
Yes.
very explanation. And so rather than tying up, let's just say that question is going to be
Yes,
answered
let's save that.
very quickly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so here are those same numbers that you've seen, but you can compare it to this past fall's cohort as well, fall 2016. So you can see that there is some consistency on the percentages. We looked at 77% part-time, and I heard Regent Rivas say he was surprised by that, but you can see it is pretty consistent year to year. Okay, moving on to ethnicity. That was one of your quiz questions. How many you believe how many of our students identify as Hispanic? Last fall, 67%. To be considered a Hispanic serving institution, you have to at least have 25% of your student population identify as Hispanic, so we are well beyond that. Well beyond that.
I think that number's creeped up over the past few years. I recall it being closer to 62, 63%, and it's just moving up for various reasons.
Yes.
Is that pretty representative of the breakdown in K-12?
That's a good question.
Well, it depends what district you would look at.
Correct.
I mean, so if you're looking at, this is very reflexive of the city, so I would say it's pretty close. It's more reflexive than it used to be. I guess that was really my point, because I think the city's closer to 2/3. 60? Okay, and we're above. Okay, so there was a difference. Okay, I thought we
And
were.
if you look at, however, in the schools from first grade to senior, there's a big variation from first grade to senior with a much higher Hispanic in the lower grades. So that pipeline is coming.
It's coming. Those numbers are going up. So that's what's pushing these numbers up over the past few years. So again, to move a full 7 percentage points from what you were talking about, that was that change that's sticking in my mind, and that number will probably be going up. That's a good point.
Changes over time. All right. Now going to Regent Bennett's comment about dual credit students. So out of our entire credit population for last fall, 19% of them were dual credit. 19%. And I'm sure it'll come as no surprise to you that that population has grown over the past few years. Our dual credit program is very popular. Students are interested, parents are interested. You can see on the current chart how that increase has happened over the last 10 years. That number has doubled over the last 10 years.
Legislation has helped this push. As I'll remind everyone, going back at least, I think, 3 sessions now, Claudia, if I'm not mistaken, to 505 and House Bill 5 and all these other legislative efforts to expand the opportunities for dual credit. Then it ramped up statewide, and now the state is reviewing how we can refine the offerings and the programs of dual credit, how we can streamline some things, bring continuity across the state to whatever degree is possible, to bring some attention to dual credit has been our efforts, has been the message from the Texas Association of Community Colleges for the past couple of years. And this legislative session, it is one of the underpinnings of our agenda to analyze and to see what we can, how we can improve it for the entire state.
Yes. And it
Dr.
goes
Scott.
along with the theme. Oh, I apologize. Go right ahead.
Do we have any school districts that are paying for their students to take dual credit classes?
Yes, I know there's a few school districts. Rito, do you have those off the top of your head? Yeah. Yes. Title I funds, so they're free. If they're eligible for Title I benefits and so forth at the school, they're classified and supported by their school districts. It's more the exception than the rule.
So what I'm hearing you say is that most parents pay for, or students pay for their dual credit classes?
Typically, on average, the $99.99 are paid for by the students and their family. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
What Dr. Escamilla was mentioning, this push to structure dual credit really goes along with the higher ed climate in general, from access to success. So the floodgates opened a few years ago with the new legislation, but now we want to make sure that we're providing the structure needed so students are taking the classes they need to earn their degree. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
The growth is also around, with some of that legislation that was passed a few sessions ago, was around access from districts, school districts outside of our service areas. So then the law allows for school districts outside our 4.5 county service area to call us and say, hey, we want your dual credit. And so that's why we're doing dual credit with places like Pleasanton, McMullen County, Jim Wells County, and others like that. They appreciate the quality, the rigor, and the overall service that we're providing them. We have very solid faculty members that go out there and do things both online and face-to-face.
Is their tuition a little bit higher than our
No, ma'am.
service area?
It remains the same.
Remains
That
the
was, it has not changed since 2009, I believe. No. We moved it up a few years later. So that is one of the items that we left the same for both dual, in-district and out-of-district. Okay, that is not unusual across the state of Texas, but it is something for future consideration, I know, as we develop. Again, that's going to be part of, as we plow through this next legislative session with this item on the table, we're going to look at all those opportunities and we're going to see what comes out. We did not touch anything with dual credit in the past couple of years. The Regents, the Board of Regents, upon our advice, concurred with leaving dual credit as it was going into this session to see what would come out this next year. So I expect that we will have robust conversations around the future of dual credit at Del Mar College next year. It's an incredible bargain. It's a credible access point, $99.99. I have friends and family and people that I've just met along the way all throughout the district whose children are taking advantage of this, and their lives are being improved tremendously. And there's a lot of, the data suggests that the students, and TACC has been doing a lot of research in this area. The data suggests that students, high school students who take a combination of both dual credit, and yes, I'm going to say it, AP, that do that are 5 times more likely to finish a 4-year degree in 4 years or less. Okay, that is a data point that is extremely powerful. And the families are out there and they're looking at both options. Many of the families. Of course, there's IB and a few other programs, UP and a few other alphabet soup kind of programs out there that are very powerful and suited. But by and large, the families are partaking in dual credit, and their children, their students are benefiting tremendously. And I hear from them all the time. And I know many of our faculty and staff do as well. You probably do as well.
Yeah, and Dr. Escamilla, I was going to say, I know we're going to be talking about weaknesses later, but maybe that's one of the things that we need to consider. There's a lot of families out there that do not know that dual credit is available.
Yes. Okay, so still outreach opportunities exist. Yes. They're even within our own districts. I've talked to many people. I've talked to families myself, and I am surprised at how many people still don't know.
Don't know that there's dual credit available.
It is what it is, and there are opportunities both close and far for outreach.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to online learning. How many of you got this one? Close, at least, in your little quiz. Well, it's relative. Well, I'm sure we'll get there before you know it. So this past fall, a little over 33%, so a third of our students took at least one online course. And this is another upward trend similar to dual credit, that slowly but surely more and more students are getting comfortable with online learning, and they're asking for it. So that's one of the things that's on our horizon.
How many took exclusively online?
That's a good question. I believe I think it's 10% of those there. The majority of our students prefer some face-to-face.
But isn't that also difficult? You could be exclusively online because you're taking one course, but can you take all of your courses exclusively online? Isn't that the second part of that question, maybe where you're headed?
So for program completion, Dr. Lewis, help me with the program completion online exclusively, is that what you're asking? Am I following that?
I think Ed's asking a good question, you know, how many of those were exclusive, but if you're only talking about someone taking 1 or 2 hours, you might take, I guess, an English class or something online, but if you were trying to take 12 hours and do everything online, could you really do that at Del Mar College?
There
Yes.
are about, I believe, 5 or 6
You could get your whole degree online
programs.
at Del Mar College. Probably not. And
No.
so that, I'm
We-
only
we-
asking, not to be critical, but is that an opportunity?
We recently have had to submit this to our accreditor, SAC-COC. They want to know what our programs are and how much of them are offered online. So we do have, I believe it was 5 or 6 programs that are offered fully online, but many of our programs are offered at 75% online, 80%, 90%. So we have some that are almost there, but there are some programs available where a student could take them all online.
Vince, can I get a microphone, an extra microphone or two to pass out to the executive team and/or others who are going to be commenting? Because we used to have the business program, and even criminal justice at one point was fully online, and so sometimes that tapers back and moves back to that 75% number that you're talking about currently. But at one point, we did have a couple of programs that were fully online from beginning to end.
And it's more about asking as we think about opportunities.
Yes.
That's why I'm asking. And I get that some students would want that mix, and I will tell you as someone who's been in business, sometimes you want someone that has some interactive in the classroom as opposed to only doing it online
Yes.
because of the social skills that sometimes are lacking.
Yes, but that makes sense. Your comment makes a lot of sense. How many of these have the opportunity to complete them online? And is that an opportunity for us to offer more of our programs online?
And does it tie to some of the strategies of students who are part-time and have to miss, or, you know, children at home? You know, there's the strategies can be interrelated to help each other.
Definitely.
I routinely work with families in the community that ask me, Mark, you know, my son or my daughter want to take a class online. Is that okay? I said, well, I'll often ask, are they going to transfer on to the 4-year degree? And this isn't only the situation, but if they are, then I highly advise them to take at least 1 or 2 classes online with us. Why? Because we offer a network of support and services of support to help them, you know, kind of learn to take the class online. I think we're a good place to start, because if they go off and transfer to Texas State, College Station, UT or something, and end up in an online class, that's a tough place to learn how to be an online student. Okay, the experiences here will pay off down the road for them with us, because I think we provide that service of support that elevates them gradually and helps them.
Okay.
I have a question on the 10%.
Yes.
10% of this number is full-time online?
That's from my recollection, I believe so, but I can take a look and
So
I'll have to
400
confirm.
students,
I would have to confirm.
give or take 400 then?
It's a small
Okay.
proportion of those that are enrolled in online courses, not many of them. Okay. So how about financial aid recipients? Okay.
Oh.
We just were able to verify that there
It's not working. Let's make sure and get our technology here.
Check 1, 2.
Thank you.
He's getting it back there. He's turning it back on. I know Dr. Walter also has something that she wants to say.
We were able to just verify that
Check.
8 programs.
Hold on, Lenore. Let's get you, that microphone's working. This one's not.
It does have a green light. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Lewis just verified that we do have 8 programs that can be taken fully online right now at Del Mar College.
Up to 8. Yeah, I knew there was at least 2 or 3.
8.
Yeah. Dr. Walter, I know you said,
The majority of the core classes are online. So the
Sure.
majority of the 42 hours are online. And the major requirements is mostly where they do the face-to-face.
yeah. Thank you for that.
So they get a mixture.
Being core complete's a very important item from the legislature's perspective. And so, again, efficiencies both face-to-face and online, all those opportunities are important to our students.
Okay. Moving on to financial aid recipients. We're going to look at all of 2016, 2017, a little different time frame. That's the most recent data we have for that. In that particular year, 62% of our students were financial aid recipients. Is that surprising or about what you thought? Mm-hmm. Right.
Again, that's an opportunity. Dr. Silva and I talked about this. It could/should be more. Okay, a lot of students still don't know and understand that financial aid is available to them. They're afraid, they're unsure, their situations, and I'll admit, I was one of those students. I didn't want to mess with it.
Mm-hmm.
It was just seemingly too much. I would rather just pay, and I'd rather pay myself. But there's I hear that from the students. They don't want it, they don't know about it, they're afraid of it, and everything else in between. And so our opportunity to bring them there and say, look, you qualify for, if you don't want to do loans, but here's some grants that are available to you.
Mm-hmm.
Pell is available to you year-round now and those sorts of things. So that number could easily be 75%, I believe.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask also the differentiation in that number of what is Pell or grant-related and what is loans, because that's a big area for that might be opportunities for helping students. Yeah,
Definitely. I definitely agree. We do have that available. I just don't have. Yes, we do have that. Definitely. Thank you. Okay. We've been talking about our whole student population. Then we focused in on credit students. I want to talk in particular about a cohort of students that you've probably heard about in presentations, in the statistical profile, first time in college students. This is an important group to look at because it helps us track of those students who enter at a certain semester, a certain fall semester, what happens over time. They're a great cohort to track. So these are individuals who have never attended college previously after dual credit. So dual credit students are not considered to be first time in college until after they graduate high school. So keep that in mind. So when we've been looking at numbers, who are our dual credit students? They are not included until after they graduate high school and matriculate to DMC or anywhere else. Okay? So we're going to look at that population in particular. First time in college, full-time and part-time. How many of you thought it was a small piece of our population? Our student population. I bring that up because this is a number, this particular group, we talk about it a lot. It's an important group, again, because you can track them over time. But you need to understand, when we look at FDIC data, it's really only a very small piece. So in fall 2017, of that particular cohort, only 11%, a little over 1,200 of our students were first time in college. And FDIC, this is a group that the coordinating board looks at, a lot of our accreditors look at, because it's easy to compare among institutions. They're a very important population, but they don't reflect our entire student body.
So that 11% is of all the students you had in the fall of 2017. But if you look at students who were new to the institution in that fall, you don't use the entire cohort of the college.
It's the entire cohort of the credit students, fall 2017. So it doesn't include the non-credit, but every student who enrolled in fall 2017, whether they were considered FTIC. They may have had dual credit with us before, but they're not FTIC until they enroll after high school.
This goes back to that sophomore, freshman piece. Again, we keep bringing them back, getting them in the system. They're hanging out. They're taking a lot of hours. They're using up a lot of resources. And that's what this is what this slide reminds me of.
Okay, so I want to focus on that so you have a sense of who this group is, because we're going to look at their success data. Okay, are they successful? So again, going back one more time, our FTIC population is really just a piece, but this is what the state looks at and our accreditors look at, and it is important for us to look at this population. They are easier to track. It's helpful to compare this cohort with other institutions, but the data that we're going to show you in just a few minutes, I just want to give you that disclaimer that it's really not all of our students. Okay? All right, so what happens to our students once they get here? This is something that community colleges struggle with across the country. We have a fantastic open door policy. We want to serve anybody who wants to take college courses, and we have been great at providing that access. But as Dr. Escamilla mentioned, and I mentioned just a little while ago, within higher ed there has been a switch. We want to keep access open, but we need to make sure that they're successful. Are they meeting their goals? Maybe they don't meet them right away. If they're part-time, it may take them a little while, but we need to make sure as an institution that we're getting them where they want to go. So we're going to explore that. Okay. This is something you've seen before. The number of degrees and certificates awarded at Del Mar within the last few years. And this is something to be really, really proud of. This doesn't include data for this last year, 2018. It hasn't been certified yet, but we anticipate that that number is going to be even higher than 2017. I don't have an estimate right now.
I seem to remember that it was probably going into 17 was when we started pumping up some of the efforts through, I guess, Civitas to get people. So some of that gain is not naturally done by students. It's by us using our systems and technology to get them there. Is that correct? Is that a fair statement?
I believe that Civitas definitely helped. The nudge campaigns that were utilized to identify those students who are eligible to graduate, but we do have those students out there who have accumulated lots of hours, who are almost done or are already done, and they just don't know.
If we'd been, that's not to say if we hadn't been doing nudge campaigns in 2014, 15, 16, we might not have similar numbers.
Good point.
So I just want to make sure I want to claim that I'm proud about what we're doing, but it's also because we're now using technology that we could, if we'd had it, we might have used back then. So.
Very true.
Yep. There'll be some other things that we'll be bringing forth in addition to technology. We are strong believers in technology. Civitas has been a game changer in many ways for us. I'm proud to say that we're one of their model institutions because we take leaps very quickly. And we move ahead very quickly as a college, and so that's been helping. There'll be other strategies that we talk about. I'll go ahead and open it up, and we're looking at moving to 8-week courses on a greater and greater level. We're seeing that our cohorts that are out there, the 3 colleges that are out there already, are seeing great gains in the number of full-time students as opposed to part-time, and I think it was Grayson College that now has, for the first time in their college's history, more full-time students than part-time students, simply because of some scheduling opportunities for students. Graduation rates at Odessa College have more than doubled by percentage of their enrollment numbers and so forth. We'll talk more about that, and I'll ask Dr. Lewis to brief us on that. But the 8-week strategy is, although technologically supported, not a technology piece that I think will give us great gains as we move ahead in coming years.
Mm-hmm. So this particular number of degrees and certificates earned, is something to be very proud of, and we anticipate it's going to only increase.
So when we look at that and not for today, but I think an interesting thing to look at for each of those years is within those certificates and degrees awarded, what was both the time to degree and the hours to degree.
Yes, yes, ma'am. And we're actually going to be talking about that in just a minute. That is very important. So knowing that that number is increasing, this is an important metric to look at. But we also want to look at, as Regent Sherwood mentioned, time to degree, what happens to them over time. So I'm going to hand it over to Dr. James. We're going to be using our adopted student cards that you have in your packet, your adopted students. These are composites based on students from our fall 2013 FTIC cohort. So these are built on actual student data. And Dr. James is going to walk us through that student experience.
Good morning. So what we've done is everybody at our main table, including Dr. Escamilla and Councilor Rivera and Dr. Lewis, have an individual card representing a composite of a student. And we've put their pictures up in the PowerPoint. Again, these are not actual students, but they are composites, and they were put together based on our fall 2013 first time in college data. At that time, we had approximately, we looked at about 1,200. And so we thought, okay, if we make that into 12 students, each student representing about 100, we were at that time approximately half and half male and female, so we have equal numbers of male and female. We were at, I'm looking at my data, we had about, and I just went, we had about 70% Hispanic. We had a little over 20% white, and then we had a 1% other, which we represented with African American. We also, on the cards, kind of divided them up, representing our students who receive financial aid or don't receive financial aid, whether or not they were college ready, and if they were not college ready, which 60% of them tested as not college ready, and of those, there were approximately 18% or closer to 20% who needed all three reading, English, and math courses in developmental courses to reach college readiness. About 26% needed math only. There were about 10% that needed English and math, and there was some other. So we've divided those people up. So if you have your student card, if you would just hold it up, we're going to do a little activity that helps you see kind of what happens to our students based on the fall 2013 data. So these are the students that we're going to have that we say represent our first time in college students back in fall 2013. When we look to fall 2014, half of those students did not return. So as you look at the screen, if you have a student that's grayed out, please take that student down because they're not still at Del Mar College. Half of our students did not return in fall 2014. As we move on to fall 2015, so this is 2 years, we're a 2-year college, we actually had one student represented out of the 12. That percentage would have transferred on. They graduated, they transferred, but they moved on, they were successful, and so we have that one student who's transferred on. So who's got that student that transferred on? So I'm going to give you one of our successful students. Okay. As we move now, give it another year. By fall 2016, we actually had also another student who graduated. So in a 3-year time period, we had another successful student. that actually graduated. Who's got that student? Ah, Dr. Escamilla. So again, if you're realizing this is out of our full-time, first time in college students, our FTIC, if we represent them with 12 students, in 3 years' time, so far we've only had 2 that have moved on from Del Mar with that success of graduation or transfer. Let's look another year. Fall 2017. We have another who, when we, of course, we're looking at statistics, so this one represents those who transferred or graduated. So who has that student? So that's 4 years. In 4 years, we have only had 3 of our students complete. The rest, we have, 2 more still working at it, and the others are gone. Yes, so somewhere there we lost another student. I forgot. Let's see. I think in 2016 we had another that we look again at my data. Yeah, 2016, we only had 3 continue and 1 graduated. And so in 2017, we have 2 continuing on and 3 who have moved on, graduated, or transferred.
And in your data, did any of those that have the question marks come back?
My understanding is we asked that question, and if they did come back, they are counted. And so statistically, we're still at this amount. We're at 2 out of 12, or approximately 200 out of our 1,200 are still working at it. 300, very round numbers, have been successful, and we've lost a bunch of them.
Yep. What we know is many of them do come back. It's when they come back. It's if and when. It's mostly when. We know they come back years later. They'll stay. They'll stop out. They'll go to work for 2 or 3 years and follow the economy and those sorts of things. There's many reasons for that, but in this snapshot, this is a very courageous conversation that we're having here to confront the data and the opportunities. Again, as well as we're doing, like we stated in the beginning, as well as we're doing and as well as we've been doing historically in the past few years as compared to the rest of the history of the college, we've been doing extremely well, but there are still many opportunities, and that's what we need to put on the table and confront.
And we need to look at it that way.
Yeah.
It is an opportunity. Yes, it's a challenge. It's not a challenge that's unique to Del Mar College. We want to make sure that our stakeholders, we've been talking about this quite a bit internally as part of our pathways work. We want to make sure the board is aware. We do have an opportunity to help those students.
So, again, we just wanted to do an activity to represent. I'm sorry.
Just a question, and I don't need specifics, but just in terms of understanding it, we'll start talking about strategies. Does Civitas have the ability to help us both in preventing people from dropping out, the question marks, but also recruiting them back in?
So the first part of the question is absolutely yes. For retention is really one of their strengths with identifying through the analytics that they provide the profiles of students that given certain circumstances are more at risk or at risk to varying degrees. Those are the things we're working for and adding on. Dr. Silva?
Timely, and Dr. Wilson, please chime in, 'cause I saw you at the training. On this Tuesday, we had a training for a new program called Inspire for Advisors from Civitas. It's one of their many programs they have on there. And that combines the work that the students have in Colleague and their LMS to be able to give us real-time data when a student actually goes from a red, or from like a yellow or green, which means likely to persist, to a red. And that an advisor can sign on and be able to see students make that change. And it gives them the capability of emailing that student or contacting that student in real time. We had our first training on Tuesday. We had 2 trainings. Dr. Wilson, please, I know we sat next to each other in training, and you had some key input on that. And we're looking to bring Civitas back in January to continue that training for advisors.
So we want to share that, both Civitas and our Pathways work, because this is what's happening in community colleges. We're talking about it, we're reaching out, we're figuring out what's going to work for these students. There's going to be some, and in a minute we'll move on to the next slide, but life happens. A lot of these students, they have a lot on their plates. Some don't have a backup plan in case something goes wrong at home or they lose a job. So we want them here. We want them to come into our doors. We've done a great job at access, but we also want to make sure they have the information and the tools that they need to stay with us. So as Dr. Silva mentioned, Inspire for Advisor is a fantastic tool. It looks at various predictors of what predicts student success if they enrolled and dropped out, if they have a low GPA, if they enrolled late in the semester. So this is a very robust data tool to identify students who may need help so we can help them before they leave us.
And I also wanted to say, so we've talked about why life does happen. As a faculty member in a small program, but anecdotally, yes, I have many students who tell me I can't make it back next semester. Or I've also got one who came back this fall that's been out for 2 years and has come back to finish a program. So life does happen. Sometimes there is a problem with making progress. We are an open enrollment college, so students need developmental coursework to be ready for some of their college courses. Del Mar's doing a great job of beginning to figure out ways. The state has helped us, but we're doing non-course-based options for developmental work. We're doing co-requisite courses where they can take their last developmental course and their college-level course at the same time. We're doing things to try to help them be ready for their courses and continue on with their degree plans. But we do have the students who are unsure about what they want to do or what options they have. And we're setting up Pathways as a program where the college is working towards figuring out how to make sure that students know what their options are. How do they have that clear path so that we can try to keep that 6 out of 12 students from leaving so we can increase our number of sophomore students. We're working on these reasons why they leave, but that's something that this board and our strategic planning steering team need to look at to see why are students leaving and what can we do?
Yep. When I met with a group of 7 students the other day, I'll go around quickly. One of the individuals was back at 20 in their late 20s. The second individual was a GED student who earned that GED and was back after taking the time to complete that. The next one was a veteran who started college and went away for 6 years and served our country and came back. The one after that has just kind of been plugging away at it since after high school and been at the college for a year and a half, but just gaining traction. The other student next to that individual was an immigrant who just received her citizenship and voted for the first time in our local election. The lady next to the gentleman after that was an individual who was out in the oil field for several years. And his wife was a student at Del Mar College, and so now she's a healthcare professional, is able to support him so that he can go back to school while they tandem. And then the one person next to that young man was another young lady who'd been struggling with life issues, health issues, and so forth. That was a group of students that I just met with just the other day. And they're all bouncing in and out and returning, and that is the reality. That is the very diverse snapshot of our student body. And those are the realities that we get, that we have the honor of meeting with our college. But I had to throw that out there because every one of their stories stuck in my mind.
Dr. Scamilla, going back to the developmental coursework, while I was at ACCT, There was a college, and I'm sorry, I cannot remember the name of the college. I would have to go back to my notes. They've done away with their developmental courses. Have you heard of that?
Yes, there's one that's, okay, according to the statute in Texas, that is not allowable. But there are, I think there's a college or two that has all but gotten rid of developmental ed.
Correct.
I would never support anything like that at the college. There's different ways of looking at and approaching developmental ed, and one of the things is Del Mar College has always been at the forefront and working with the state and national organizations. I know Dr. Patty Walters here, who's right in the middle of all of that for us and with us. But yeah, you know, some colleges will just say, look, we don't have time for those students. That is a part of our curriculum, not only by statute, but by our very existence locally in our philosophy. So I don't know how, do you recall what state that was?
No, sir, I don't, but I do
Yeah,
have,
so-
I wrote it down on my notes, so I can go back and
Yeah,
look.
yeah.
I may have attended that same, I may have attended that same course. What they have is, they require that they get counseling, they get tutoring,
Oh, sure.
and their numbers are better than the standard students. So without developmental, their numbers are improved over the standard student that didn't need the developmental, but they require the tutoring.
So they're giving them developmental, but also counseling?
Counseling,
No,
yes.
they're giving them, they're giving them the regular course with
counseling
tutoring,
and tutoring.
and their numbers are better than the standard course people that go in there without the
So
remedial.
they're bringing them right into the credit curriculum with counseling and support services and so forth.
Yes.
Required counseling.
Required,
Required
absolutely.
counseling,
Yeah,
yeah.
if they came in with that, I'd be interested to see who that is. Depends on how the state is built. It depends on the structures that are put in there. Are they a state system? And there's all kinds of questions I would have for that. But-
And I think we were at the same session, but do you recall the name of the college, Mr. Bennett? Okay.
Connecticut?
But
Dr. Walton
Mr.
thinks
Bennett is right, you know, apparently the students that were supposed to have been in developmental coursework were doing better than some of the other students, but tutoring was mandatory.
as a result. It'd be interesting to see that data and that information.
And
Thank
just
you.
knowing that the majority of our first-time in college students do require remediation, I know that our faculty are looking at ways to help them get through and into their programs. But as part of this retreat, we wanted to make sure that you knew that many of our students, that's where they come to us with. And we are an open access institution, and we want to help them to get where they need to be. But that's a big burden for a student to not only complete their degree, but to get college ready as well.
Sure. Can you please repeat the number of students, the percentage of students that come in with the three classes, or the math, the reading, and the?
For fall 2017, from that particular cohort, FTICs, it was 77% overall had at least one subject.
Just one?
Yes,
But I'm
we do
looking for all
have that
three.
information,
For
all
all
three.
three, it was 18% of the first time in college needed all remediation in all three subjects.
But believe it or not, I know some students have needed 2 developmental classes, and they are very successful today.
Great, yes. We believe it. The curriculum is excellent.
I have a question. When do we first target is it with Civitas when is the decision made that a student did not come back? Or how do you know? Like, if they don't come back and take summer school, you have to wait until September, obviously.
Traditionally, we've looked at fall to fall, but with new tools like Civitas, we are designing campaigns that are a little bit shorter in span, and Dr. Silva may want to contribute, but that's part of what we're doing as part of our training and learning about the capacity of these tools. We don't want to wait too long to the point where they've lost their momentum, but traditionally, it's been year to year. Do you want to add something, Dr. Silva?
Well, hopefully as we start implementing and using Civitas more, we'll be able to find it almost instantly. I think one of the training sessions we went to, we were able to tell right away at same semester when a student stops attending class or actually goes to the registrar's office and withdraws from school. So we're definitely going to be using it. Is that hard? So that's not what we're going to do. But did I answer your question? Yes.
Okay.
Dr. Silva, what is the possibility of maybe you giving us a crash course, maybe 2 hours on Civitas? I'd like to know more about it.
Sure, we can definitely, I think it's on the agenda for April to be able to give an update on it.
We will have a regular update. It'll probably be earlier than April. We'll see when we can dive into it and maybe even bring it into a workshop. Because, again, we're adding components to that application here at the college, and we'll want to share where we've come from and what we have and how we're using it. So I think the time is good in spring sometime because of this onboarding of this new component of Civitas.
Yeah, and we get updates, but I think bringing it into a workshop style.
Yes,
you know,
we
that
can
would
take
be
a deeper
better.
dive into it,
A deeper
absolutely.
dive, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an extraordinarily powerful school application, and we'll also we like to bring reps down also when we do that. So Dr. Silva, let's make note on that one for spring.
Okay. Well, I'd like to show you a few more slides of student success data, then we'll take a short break. Before we look at the data, I want to talk about our peer group, our large college peer group. I'm going to show you Del Mar College data, but I also want you to see how our peers are doing. Within the state of Texas, there are certain peer groups that are grouped based on the size of the institution, the number of students served. And Del Mar College is considered a large college. So I'm going to show you some information from us that is produced by the coordinating board. We provide them with the raw data. They create the aggregated information for us and some comparisons. All right, let's look at our graduation rates. In particular, we're going to look at first time in college, full time. So I really tried to emphasize that FTIC, the size of it. It's not our whole student population, it's a piece of it. And within FTIC's full time is about half. So this is based on about 600 students, but it's important for you to see this because this is what is out there on the state website. It's what's in our almanac, and it does give us an important measure of progress. So for students who enrolled in 2014, within 3 years' time, 17.5% of them have graduated either here at Del Mar College or at another institution in Texas. So this does count transfers as well. You'll see that for those students that are among the 2013 cohort of first-time in college full-time students, that number increases with an additional year, 20.7% if a student is given 4 years. And then if we go back a little bit further, for those students who first enrolled in 2011, if you give them 6 years, that number goes up a small amount there. So again, these numbers are comparable to what's happening across the state, but you can see we do have an opportunity to help those who didn't graduate to get there. So let's look at our large college comparison group.
Go ahead, sorry.
Sure. So that just gives you kind of an estimate. We're comparable. There's some areas where we may be able to help our students a little bit more, at least to be in line with our peers, but as you can see, we're all struggling with this issue.
So do we know what's happening at the large colleges, particularly in the last two categories, that they're so much better than us? Or
So
what are they doing that we could learn from?
So what we're watching, we're very different than them in a lot of ways. And so when you're talking about our peers, let me kind of put them out there as I can recall them. Our peers are Laredo Community College, Tyler Junior College, Amarillo College, I think Lee College, to kind of give you a scale.
McLennan as well.
McLennan and Waco. Those are some other examples.
Nobody near us.
Yeah, there's Laredo's, I think, the closest.
That's true.
Would be the other one. I don't think Southmost is there yet.
No.
So those are other examples, and in some ways we're a lot like them. But what works against us is that we're more like in the way of our student activity. If you think of our typical student and their activities, they're more commuter. Okay, they're more commuter. We act more like, and our numbers are probably more similar to. And I wish we had it, and I don't think we do. more like the students in Houston and Austin and even Dallas and Fort Worth. Those are commuter campuses, and our students have activities that are more similar to them. In other words, they go to work, they go to school, they take 2 jobs, they do those sorts of things. That is my estimation as to why our numbers are more like those colleges than our peer colleges.
It seems like we keep pace in that third year, that first category there. And so it's interesting that we seem to fall off.
The more time is not our friend in this regard.
And why is it less our friend than it is their friend? That's kind of a rhetorical question.
Yeah, no,
Maybe no.
no, but those are the things that we get to think about. I think as we shrink their metrics, as we shrink their opportunities to, again, spend more time, as we've been talking, this is helping me sort through some things. When you're looking at the opportunities for them to spend more time on campus, whatever that means, whether it's housing or different scheduling or those sorts of things, when we're doing increasing our opportunities to reach out to them and provide them with more financial aid services and so forth, and capture them and bring them. In other words, when we're supporting them and showing up on those opportunities and shrinking their making their schedules more concentrated and on campus, those are our opportunities. I apologize, my inner ear is messing with me right now.
That's okay.
This weather is not helping me at all. But again, it's really about making them more localized, and I'm just going to say it, the residential colleges have that opportunity, because when you're capturing students and you're bringing them on, and I've lived at one of those organizations, Tyler Junior College, when you're capturing and you're packaging them and you're bringing them in from wherever, whether it's down the street, across the next county, or one of the big cities, and you're packaging their experience to stay on campus, to live on campus, there's a very different experience that way than your commuter student.
But aren't those staying on campus, they're going to graduate more in the 3 years than in the 6 years?
Yes.
So it still seems like we're doing well on that first category, and I don't know why we fall.
What this tells me, though, is that we're not always going to be, just because we may be numerically by number of students in a large college campus. This happened in banking. When I was in banking, you would look at your literal peer group, but maybe you really didn't fit into that peer group. So we'd create a custom peer group by benchmark to say, we really ought to have, we may be this size peer group for that, but in this sort of category, we're this size. So create your own custom peer group by looking at the different college categories by metric, and that places you closer to what you should be. Because ultimately, if we're going to be a data-driven college, we need to be comparing ourselves to the right people on the right metrics.
We may need to do that. And I know we've talked a lot about KPIs and the fact that we need to identify for ourselves what we think is what are the right metrics and the right peer groups. And I think it's valuable just for you to see what's out there. And again, this is just a small piece of our population, but it tells us something, right? Is this helpful to us? Is it not? Well, we have to determine that. But part of this process is just getting you to see, okay, this is where we are. Where are opportunities? And I can assure you there's a lot of work happening on the ground. This data is being analyzed by our internal stakeholders, and we're developing these strategies. And that's part of this process. We want these things that you think are the most urgent to be incorporated into our plan.
Yeah.
Regent Scott?
So the starting point of this data set is first-time, full-time fall enrollment.
Yes.
Which is a very small, very defined sliver of students.
Yes.
It does include those who may have had dual credits somewhere in their high school history. But if somebody starts in the summer and is highly successful, it doesn't count here.
Correct.
If somebody starts here and only goes one semester and drops out because they went to UTSA or somewhere else, they get counted against us. So I appreciate the comparison, because I think the state looks at these numbers, but I have never thought that first-time, full-time fall semester enrollment is a cohort that we should really care about, because it is such a small, precisely defined sliver of students. So the conversation around finding what metrics make sense to us for the kinds of students we have and are students progressing along their chosen career path? Are they starting college intending to graduate in 2 years or intending to graduate in 3 years? And what are we helping them to do with their plans and their intentions? If they're starting college and don't ever intend to finish, then that should be somehow captured. So it's that kind of really customized data about our students that I'd like to see us move forward on. So,
based on what's important to us.
Right.
That, we've taken that conversation to the Civitas folks as well, and we are challenging them to see if they can customize information, their analytics, to serve a broader spectrum of our students, not just the credit students. And so they're very interested in that, and they're using that notion right there as a potential part of their product.
Okay. So going on to a comment that Regent Sherwood had was regarding time and semester credits earned to completion. So let's look at those students in 2017, the whole year of 2017, that earned associate's degrees, our successful students. They did it, but we want to know how long it took them to get that degree and also how many credit hours they needed to earn that degree. So just to reiterate, what I'm sure you all already know, associate degrees are 60 hours long for the most part. The state of Texas requires this. There's a couple of exceptions, a few degrees that we've gotten allowances for to be a little bit over, but generally speaking, associate degrees are 60 credit hours long. So I know there's a lot of information on here. It's a little bit busy, but let me point out to you Del Mar College's data. So for those students who were successful, it took them on average 5 years to graduate. Okay. We looked at data earlier that showed that the majority of our students are part-time. So that shouldn't be surprising to us. 5 years is actually not that long if you think about it, if they're on a part-time schedule. The thing that we need to look at, and what we're trying to address with the Pathways work we have been starting, is the credit hours to completion. So on average, those graduates attempted 94 hours. And as I mentioned, 60 is the requirement. They attempted or earned 94 hours or earned. So that is something that we're working to address. What this number also does not include, it doesn't include anything they took while in dual credit and also any developmental coursework. So that's pure either core courses or program courses. That's what we're considering, yes. And one of the things we talked about earlier is a lot of students come to us not knowing what they want to do, which is fine, and we have excellent career services, but across the board, community colleges are looking on how to structure their programs more clearly, how to have stronger career development activities happen in high school and when they start with us, so that they don't take courses that aren't on their degree plan.
Both HB5 and Pathways are two separate programs, if you will, or processes that I think are finally coming together to prepare students to prepare for better, stronger, more efficiency, all the way back into the high school levels with those choosing dual credit and so forth. They're tightening up and starting to track students more in areas of interest, beginning at those levels. Our efforts with Pathways, Dr. Lewis, if you can help us with this one at the podium, if you could please, is a strong effort that we're moving towards and working with the academic teams. Other colleges are a little further along than we are. We are attending regular meetings with the state. Could you talk to us about Pathways and how that's going to shape up to improve the efficiency on their hours?
As Dr. Wilson said, many of our students come to us not knowing what they want, and many of them don't know what the options are. If you've not been exposed to the variety of different careers that we offer and the variety of different programs that we offer, you don't know what you don't know. One of the things that we are working on in the Pathways Committee is grouping like programs, so that instead of it being a confusing sort of mishmash of a 700-page catalog that we hand a student and we say, well, everything you need is in there, you just look it up, that we're helping them group the like-minded. For example, if they know that they want to go into something with public service careers, okay, does that mean fire academy? Does that mean police academy? Does that mean EMS? Does that mean OSHA? What is it that you want to go into? Most students have that level of awareness, but probably not what their options are in that. What's the difference between a level 1 certificate and an AAS? What's the difference between an AAS and an AA? These are things that we know, but we know our students don't. So we're trying to package the way that we present information to students in a way that makes sense to them. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have about Pathways.
Again, this is a statewide movement. It's nationwide, really, but the state of Texas is spending a lot of effort, a lot of energy, resources to doing this, because what we understand is that the legislature, efficiency is what is being called for, and it's how they're legislating the future of higher ed, both community colleges and universities. You know, when I met with a group of students the other day, we were talking about this, and we were talking about trying to help them move along. And, you know, it didn't really occur to them when I was talking to them. I said, look, it's, you know, our students, as students, we want you to finish in a more efficient manner. Granted, we want you to explore and do those things along the way to the degree that you can, but, you know, when you're taking 94 hours and you're borrowing money for that, you're limiting your opportunities to transfer and have, well, not to just transfer, but to transfer and have support or financial aid along the way when you use those dollars too soon and those resources. A couple light bulbs came on in that small group of students, and they're not aware of, you know, that is an issue. Right. So we have to wake up more people and shed light on this for more people, because the legislature is saying we're not going to fund as many developmental courses as we did, both at the university and the community college, because yes, universities do some. We're not going to fund as many. We shrunk. The legislature moved, as you will recall, back in 2010 to 15, somewhere in there. There's a window. Gradually, they shrunk our classes, our degrees, to 60 hours across the board. Very few exceptions, and so they're tightening up. Okay, and so our students cannot afford to explore that, because if they go too far, they're going to incur full charges at the state level. The state they'll be flagged as a student that will have to pay a premium beyond. They'll have to pay the state share as well for their tuition. So it is a big problem, and the state is not. Let's just say the leadership is very focused on this.
On that same area, from the college's perspective, business-wise, is it the same in community colleges as it is in higher ed, where you lose funding for excess hours, or with the three-peat rule,
yes,
where a student takes the same course and then the college does not get remunerated for that?
Yes, that's it. It's hit two ways.
So it's bad for the students and it's bad for the funding.
Yes.
As well.
So on the drop part especially is where that is focused. You know, when they're achieving, they're only going to let them go so far and take so many classes. Because if they're very successful in taking too many classes, that's one situation. If they're dropping classes, in this case, and then you got the three-peat. After that, after you've repeated a class 3 times, then it hurts both the institution and us as well. That's not where we watch that very closely. I know that student development area watches that very closely with the faculty and staff, but again, the state has less and less tolerance for that sort of thing.
I know in the four-year institutions, you can charge up to, for excess hours, up to out-of-state tuition. And I know A&M Corpus Christi had never done that, but they were working toward doing that. So when students from here transfer with a lot of hours, it's really going to affect them, not only in not being able to get financial aid, but in having to pay higher tuition.
Yeah, so there's the other end of the spectrum.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm thinking that perhaps guided pathways would be another good workshop topic for the board.
Okay, we'll be happy to do that for you.
Thank you.
again, with the pathways, we're learning also, we're much better off than we've been in the past couple of years with Dr. Lewis's leadership on that. And I think y'all are attending a workshop next week?
Yes, sir, in Dallas.
In Dallas. There's the big Pathways initiative and conference next week, and we have a team out there, so it's coming.
Well, come back and share the information with us.
Okay. Looking at FTIC transfer rates, this includes both part-time and full-time FTICs. You can see that the more time students are given, the more likely they are to transfer. We can couple that with completion rates as well. So we do have a healthy number of students who are transferring at just below the rates that are graduating over time. All right. And our graduates are very successful upon completing a degree or certificate. You can see for the last few years, those that did earn a degree or certificate within 1 year, the percentage that are working, enrolled in further education, and working and enrolled. So you can see we've been around 90%. 90% of our graduates are doing one or both.
Del Mar College and A&M Corpus Christi were front and center at the State of the Port luncheon this week. And it was, as Regent Hutchinson said, it was, you could not have put a value on the amount of attention and publicity that we received as such. And it was all about the workforce. And when the chairman of the Port Commission is touting Del Mar College as one of the very few answers, one of the answers, let's just say, for addressing the workforce needs, we're in a very powerful position for our students as much as anything else. And it is our obligation, I think, and I think that's just an incredible opportunity for us. They're looking to us. These industries that are coming that aren't even here yet, they're watching us very closely. Of course, those who are here are watching us. And again, when I say workforce, I'm talking about everybody who wakes up in the morning and goes to work, okay, whatever capacity. Not just the welders or the process technologists, the nurses, the accountants, the doctors, the lawyers, everybody. We're preparing them all. And our region is looking to us, okay?
And this is something to be very proud of. That's wonderful that we do that for our area.
Yes.
Okay, so we've talked quite a bit about guided pathways. This is something that began about a year ago here at Del Mar College and is really picking up steam. So we look forward to sharing more information about that. We understand that we do great things in the community and for our students, but we want to make sure that we are meeting the students where they are and providing optimal services, and that'll be a part of this effort. So we just went through a lot of data, and we had some courageous conversations. And sometimes it's hard to look at all of that data. And this is probably one of the hardest parts, I would say, of the strategic planning process, is just diving in there, looking at both our successes and our areas for opportunities. So we're going to take a quick break, and when we get back, we're going to want to spend a little bit of time discussing what you believe our internal strengths and weaknesses are based on the discussion this morning. We'll jot down some notes, collect that, and then we'll turn it over to VP Keys, who'll share some external information. Okay? Let's take about a 10-minute break. Yes, sir.
I'm going to do a little chair's prerogative here.
Sure.
I know we've got at least one person waiting to do public comments, so I'm going to pause the meeting before we take a break and go down to general public comments. Which is right under agenda item number 1. Is there anyone that would like to address the board today under general public comments? Mr. Gordy, please come on down for your 3 minutes. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
I'm Jack Gordy, and I live at 4118 Bray Drive. I'm going into closed session about the lawsuit of Bruce Olson. It appears that this board of regents doesn't trust or believe the juries or the judges. They've all ruled in Bruce Olson's favor. And I hope and I wish that all the juries that was on those juries and the judges will watch what's going on and they will remember it because they were right. And Del Mar is wrong by appealing and appealing and appealing. If you had settled when it first went to court, you could have saved a lot of money. But I can say one thing for Del Mar College. You waste more money than any taxing industry in the state of Texas. And everybody knows that. Del Mar is known for wasting money.
Okay, I think we're ready. Back to you, Dr. Wilson.
Hello, welcome back. We're going to change the order of some of our content just so we align a little bit better with when we have our lunch break. So we're going to turn it over to Vice President Keys to discuss the external environment. We're going to spend the next 45 minutes or so talking about our demographic study. But before we start with that, I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Lewis for a quick sharing of information about child care services.
Thank you. Since this question came up earlier, we've gotten some information. We have 2 different grants that we have. In one grant, we have 300 students. The grant is for $151,000 a year, and that allows us to give our students a copay of $1 to $4 a day per child based on a sliding scale. We have the Perkins grant, which is $60,000 per year, and that provides 150 students $400 a semester to pay for their child care at our early learning center. Questions? So that's 450 students a year that are grant funded in child care.
Where do they do the child care?
At our CEL.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes, sir. On campus.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much. Can everybody hear me all right? I've got a little challenge going on in my voice, but what we're going to do now is to move into analyzing the external environment and how this impacts us as a college and how it will impact us as we move forward into the future. I have the benefit of sharing with you, first of all, data and information that's been prepared as a demographic study from facilities programming. And what we've done today is you're going to see some very complex slides with a great deal of information. And the idea is that this information will help us throughout this coming year as we look at options and strategies. And so we will draw upon this information. You're also receiving selected slides today because as it relates more to what we're talking about today, because this is a very lengthy report that they provided to us.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll have the full report available to all regions and others. We'll have it online as well in just the next few weeks.
Yes, and this is actually coming from what they consider their draft version.
Yep.
I'd like to say that. When we look at the demographic makeup of the region, we're going to make a comparison of the coastal bend and the college's service area because it is relevant as to how we define ourselves as we look at population data and trends as to, are we looking at our core base group or are we looking at our entire service area? And remember, our service area is comprised of Aransas, Nueces, San Patricio, Kennedy, and parts of Clayburgh counties. We're also going to receive data and information as we look at zip codes and projected out growth as it relates to our service area and the outlying areas. This slide is pretty involved. However, I wanted to share it because there's some very significant points as I compare it and contrast it to the next. What we have here is looking at what we consider the core base statistical area for Corpus Christi, which includes Aransas, San Patricio, and Nueces counties. If you'll notice, that was quick. The differences, what we're going to show and highlight, is the change in population counts as we go from looking at our core base area as we begin to look at the entire service area. And I did want to point out that you do have these slides with text in your data packets for you to study and to have for later as we reflect back, because this information is so significant. As you'll notice, the total population in this core base area is over 428,000 in population. And so what we're focusing on is that core. Of that, the average age group is 36.9 years of age. And to answer your question before that had to do with the Hispanic population, that's where we get the 60% Hispanic population too. Also, look at the income trend here. The average for 2022, what they're projecting out, will go to over $180,000 per year. When we look at the next slide and we begin to look and compare it to our service area, you're going to see changes. And so I'd like for you to keep in mind what we're looking at within this slide and the data that is represented here, because this core area is so significant to our student population. Also, educational attainment. When we look at some college and some within the 2-year range, we're looking at that 24%, with over 7% having at least an associate's degree. Also, down the main column is showing the different industrial components and the job classifications. And so we focus on these as we look at our program areas and different strategies over this next year as we develop that area. This map shows the area in which we're talking about, where you have Aransas County, San Patricio County, and Nueces County, and again, comprising our core business area. Another thing that's very significant is this comprises 502 square miles. So if we look at only our core area, basically as it surrounds the bay and our Gulf Coast region here, that's 502 miles. This becomes very significant as we move into the next 2 slides.
Can I stop and ask a question right here?
Sure.
The taxing district is 502 square miles, or the that service area?
Thank you very much for clarifying that. The taxing district is the 502 square miles. Thank you.
Really?
Yes. Talking about square miles.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what our statistics are showing. I think that's a mistake. I think it's a mistake. I think it's what I said the first time, the Corpus Christi core area. I'm going to double check this with facilities programming, because thank you, Regent Scott. I agree with you on that, because it gets very significant in the next 2 slides.
That may be what is eligible for us to tax versus what we actually have authority to tax.
We'll make a note of that going into the draft. Again, we pulled it out of the draft form to use and so forth. And it looks to me like they're counting square miles of the Corpus Christi Bay, and that from that perspective, if you're counting those little squares, literally those little squares in there, I'm just guessing that might be the case. But we've got that. We'll get that noted for evaluation.
That's a very good question.
As we draft form.
Okay. Let's look at the taxing district, though. Look at I'd like to show the population within our taxing district. 376,000 people projected by 2027, which is an additional 117,000 over our core base area. Right now, we're looking at 309,000 in that taxing district. From 2010, as it progressed to 2017, with 336,000. So the population is very steady within our taxing district. However, I'd like to go back to remind the numbers as to what we're looking at in our core business area in the trend there from going from 428,000 to 520,000. So our core business area is much larger than our taxing district. Sorry about that. The age group, the age group is slightly younger in our own area, and our household income is also slightly lower as compared to the core base area. Our educational attainment is very similar in numbers and composite. And of course, the racial makeup and ethnicity makeup is very similar. We're at 62% Hispanic compared to 60% Hispanic.
Can I just say something about that?
Sure.
That core square, middle column, middle row, is our primary indicator. That is the basis for, has been the basis of my existence here, and raising that number is at the very core of our mission. When I have worked in other parts of the state, I've seen better and I've seen worse, and other parts of the country as well. But that right there is our indicator that we need to keep our eye on, I believe, that we talk about on a regular basis. And I believe that the strategic direction that this college has been going in regards to offering expanded opportunities, whether it's dual credit, whether it's new square footage in different locations of the service area, distance ed, expanding distance ed, because that distance ed has grown. Yes. Every educational opportunity to, both on the credit and the non-credit side or the continuing education side, are the opportunities to raise that. Now, in that, to Regent Scott's point, it's not all inclusive. We're not talking about certificates and those sorts of things. I don't think some college, no degree, that this is really a measure that comes from the state. But I just, again, want us to focus in on that, keep that in the back of our mind as we continue to meet and prepare our strategic plan for the future.
And to that point, over the last 10 years, educational attainment has always been a major topic within the college and in our strategies and our vision thinking, is how do we increase overall educational attainment. I think as you see, there's quite a bit of data on these two slides that as we move forward, we're going to want to keep referring back to and see how we can address them.
Is there a way to slice this data in our discussions going forward as it relates to coordinating board 60 by 30?
Yes.
Because that's a specific population range that they're targeting statewide, and I'd love to know where our baseline for educational attainment. I know we've talked about that, and it's going to be simple math, but if we can start with some simple math and kind of understand the educational attainment within that age range they're talking about.
We can. Be glad to. Thank you. Okay. This next slide goes to comparing the 502 square miles to the 5,100 square miles. When you look at our entire service area, which goes all the way down through Kennedy and Clayburgh counties. And taught the expanse here as far as reaching out and delivering the possibility of services and what that could mean as far as our SWOT analysis. So the nice thing to know, too, I'd like to point out, is that within our core business area, Corpus Christi core business area, 99.6% of the service area's total population resides within our core business area. So when we say the population count, 99.6% of the total population within our services area resides within our core business area of Aransas, San Patricio, and Nueces counties, fundamentally. and 72% of the population is in our existing taxing district. Those are important key points as we look at different strategies. This next slide is beginning to look at population density by zip code. And again, the areas that have greater than 20,000 in population are your darkest color. And woe and behold, here's south side of Corpus Christi. And so this trend analysis that we began to look at even 4 and 5 years ago is shown again in 2017. And again, as we look at our taxing district again, sorry, this one may be the duplicate. I'm going to skip forward. There's 3 or 4 in here that are duplicated. When we look at 2027, as we project forward, and again, population density, here's where we are again on the south side of Corpus Christi. So the trends that we've been looking at over the last few years as far as population density, where people live and where they're going to live, the projections by facilities programming are still the same as the housing is moving out into the more of the south side. Yes.
So if the red line represents our service area, correct?
Yes.
But we do have, as I remember, students that come from outside the red line.
Yes, we do.
I think red line is county lines.
This one is showing the taxing district.
Right, the taxing potential district. No, the red line is what I'm asking about.
Yeah.
That's
Service district, okay. So, but what I just want to be sure, as I remember correctly, that we do have a number of students that come from Alice, that guess some from Kingsville. I know even though there's B County College, we have people that come from the B County Live Oak area to here.
Yes.
Are there numbers today that we're going to talk about how many of those come from outside that area?
We didn't bring in those today, but we do have them.
Right.
We have them in the statistical profile. I can get
that's
them.
a touchy area because you don't want to necessarily go for that, but we are providing services, and so that's, to me, there's still an opportunity there to see what's the need that is maybe being unmet by those service providers, not to compete, but we're about filling the gaps.
Right. Yes.
Right.
Yes. And we, for our certain programs such as process technology is drawing students right now from the western
Absolutely.
counties.
Yeah, which would benefit back to some of those counties because they may need some of those same jobs in those areas. So that's why it's really, we're still helping them out. And
Yes, we are.
great, thank you.
So, Nora, I'm comparing 2017, 2027. There's nothing dramatic there. Is there a trend I'm missing
I'm sorry, what region?
between the 2017 population and 2027 population? Those
There's not
maps?
anything dramatic, no. It's
Okay.
showing that the trend holds, is really what it's showing.
Okay.
That the population growth to the south side holds,
Got it.
as we
Okay.
projected on the south campus. Yes, ma'am.
I know that the growth is out toward the south side, but we need to remember that the northwest Corpus Christi has a lot of new construction going on, so I really sincerely believe that that will be our second focus area, because there's a lot of construction going out there too.
Yes, and that's an excellent point. And one of the things I'd like to point out too is all this data
Yeah.
is not live, put it that way. It doesn't really take into consideration what we know anecdotally, and I'm going to add some of that information in a little bit about where the economic growth is that's going to impact this even more so, because this is based upon U.S. government data, census data, where we know, like what you're saying,
Yeah,
that where there's other growth.
Yeah, we very recently had some apartments built, and I'm sure there's about 400 of them.
Yes.
I mean, just close to our house, so.
It'd be and that would be much more densely populated. Yes. I do have, out of the statistical profile, to answer Regent McCampbell's question regarding the students that come to us from other counties. Like, let's see here. In 2016, thank you. doing good. They're trying to help me with my voice here. Thank you, Vince. Okay. Out of San Patricio County, 1 year after graduation, we had 438 of the 968 students attend Del Mar College. I think that's a good benchmark to think about. So that we are getting a lot of the students from your area counties, and I do have a page of all that data, which I'll be glad to share with y'all later. Mm-hmm.
One of the limitations from the study so far that we're watching and we're working with the group that's producing this data is for growth. To your point, Regent Hutchinson, the growth does not factor in a lot of what is not on the books today. So, for instance, when we're looking at the general CBSA, the red line, it does not factor in that these companies that are coming in and is largely on the North Shore and around the port industries area, or the port area, are not online yet. It factors a trend based on what we have today. So in other words, much more growth is coming. They know that, but they can't state what is not there and online today. That's right. So that was the kind of the downfall with doing it early, but at the same time, this data as it's cooking is still relevant and important. They understand fully the type of growth that is estimated in the future, but it was too speculative for them to incorporate it at this point.
And I will be covering it with information from Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Board and more anecdotal, what we know of as current data, and so we can objectively extrapolate what that will mean, if that gives us more real-time data, too.
Yeah, Ms. Geese, I was just going to ask you, all those students coming from San Pat, do you think most of the students are coming from Gregory Portland? Because I know we have a very good working relationship with Dr. Clore.
We have, just to give you an example, I think the number right now is close to 468 dual credit students enrolled in San Pat County, in Gregory Portland ISD right now. Yep. So we do have a very strong relationship with Gregory Portland. But we also receive students from Ingleside, Mathis, Sinton, the other surrounding towns, the whole county.
For instance, Regent Estrada, last fall, 1,344 students, all students, credit students, came from San Patricio County.
It truly is our secondary group as far as numbers.
And just out of curiosity, do you have any idea how many attend B County or Coastal Bend?
From San Pat County? Mm-hmm. No, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. What was the question? I'm sorry.
No, if you have any idea how many students are from San Pat that attend Coastal Bend College?
Oh,
no.
I don't have that number.
No. Okay. As we move on.
I think that largely would come from the Mathis population because they continue to service them. It's in our service area, but out of convenience, years ago, Mathis ISD chose to use Coastal Bend College, and we supported that because that was
because of the proximity. Yes,
proximity
I
and the early college, high school, and some other things. And we know that there's about 100 or so students. We're just glad for them that they're being attended to and serviced. We're glad to support that.
Now I'm going to share data that has to do with high school trends and enrollment. And I think you're going to see a consistency of what we just saw with zip codes as far as clustering of where the high schools and the population and the larger schools are. This graphic map here is showing a clustering of the schools. And if you notice where the largest cluster of the larger schools are is the same as the zip code higher population. However, this does show the total of 26 schools in the area within our core business area that we do service. And these are the high schools. And again, I think this continues to validate the numbers and the population counts that we're showing. This next graph is just showing this is really demonstrating more the consistency in the trend as far as enrollment in your counties and in your high schools. And so the high schools and the populations as they're growing. For some reason, they didn't have the data from Aransas County, but we will be adding that. One of the things, too, I'd like to point out is that this ends in 2017. This was using exact data from TEA, which when we finish and add 2018, you will have some impact from Harvey, particularly in the San Patricio County school districts, where there have been some displacement of students, and then you would expect 2019 and 20 to pick right back up because of the families that are moving back. And so the Harvey effect will be seen in those high schools, particularly in San Patricio and Aransas counties. Next, I'd like to look at residency and where our students are located. This is an area that we have much more data on, and we could spend almost an hour just on this piece. I selected mainly to focus on the Southside campus because that is, of course, our new campus and where the most change is taking place. This map is showing our locations, which y'all are all aware of, going all the way out from our Northwest Center, all the way down through our new Southside campus, and where we have our different locations along the center corridor, really within the Corpus Christi area.
And Regents, if there's not if there's a location that you have not been able to go and view personally and taken a tour, please just let us know. We'll be glad to meet you out there or have someone meet you out there to give you an example of the other square footage that we have. You know, the aviation hangar is a place that I haven't visited in a while, but I was certainly there over the past few years. But it's been a while since I've been there myself. The Northwest Center over there on 624, right across the street from Cal Allen High School, is important. If you ever want to get out there, just let us know. We'll be glad to help you.
I think it's impressive to show the number of locations that we do have when you go from the Northwest Center all the way to the Corpus Christi Airport Aviation Hangar. And I will tell you that aviation maintenance and aviation manufacturing is growth, are coming up as growth industries for our region. San Patricio County is very high on this right now, and so is Nueces County.
Lenora.
Yes, ma'am.
Living out at the Northwest, I see several buses out there at the Northwest Center. What school districts are bringing students to the Northwest Center?
I believe the last list that I looked at, Orange Grove, of course, Cal Allen ISD is very big with it, Tuloso Midway. And they come in and out depending upon the programs, but they're particularly the ones that are located.
Yeah, Odom. The
Odom
buses
is
are
one.
from Odom and Orange Grove, Robstown, and I want to say Taft, but I'm not too sure.
I'm not sure about Taft.
Every semester it's different, and so we'll have different schedules and so forth. But those are the typical ones. And Tuloso Midway for sure. They'll bus them up too.
That's good. Thank you.
Yes.
Now, this next map is showing the population, which is closest to the south side for fall, and it's a projection of fall 2022. And so I wanted to use this because it's showing also the primary growth areas as we've gone into the South Campus. This is what the facilities programming is calling our catchment area. And a catchment area, of course, is where you would most likely draw from. And we do recognize that education and all other services are a sense, there's a component of convenience. And so convenience and drive time are areas and things that we will be considering and reviewing as we begin to look at placement of facilities and then delivery of services. And so this map is insightful, but it also, I think, reiterates and reinforces what we've also said about the population trends and that catchment area, which they're showing right here.
Lenora, so
Yes.
that is totally based, the catchment area in this case is totally based upon geography.
That's right.
So an interesting analysis could be how does the geographic catchment area match up with an actuality?
It does. In that
Because, I mean, the students we just talked about coming from other areas, they're coming in.
Right. Well, and you bring a very good point in that the data that facilities management drew from was our actual student population data that was provided by institutional research, and they went by the zip codes in which the students lived. And so we tracked those zip codes, and there's 5 main zip codes that the greatest population comes from. And if you look within what's labeled here within this map, in the zip code areas, there's a very strong overlap with those 5 key zip codes. And we see the same trend in these population maps, also zip code maps, and then high school location maps. So,
Yes, where I'm headed with this, and I'm thinking back when we talked about growth in the area, those are pretty much the whole overall growth. But if we're talking about a strategic plan that's going to be for the next number of years, which could also drive facility, programming and facilities, that it might be worth at some level during the strategic process to get the numbers of what's going to happen in Robstown and Alice and all those areas. If they're going to grow too, and the programs we're providing there that are filling the gaps there may need to grow. We may need to anticipate that. It's not, obviously our primary concern is our taxing area in this immediate area, but when we talk about hours and funding, it's serving anyone that wants to be served by Del Mar College. And so having a better sense for the next 5 and 10 years, what areas surrounding Corpus Christi are going to grow, and matching that how we can meet those growth needs.
Yes, thank you. And we do have some of that data, and we can get better and get more of it. This next graph is just showing the trend line of enrollment that facilities programming is projecting. And I'd like to say that this does coincide directly with the trend lines that we were projecting for Southside Campus Phase 1 as we had those conversations 2 and 3 years ago. And so when you're looking at probably the green line, is the most consistent with the growth rate that they're projecting at over 2.32% per year. And another thing, when we look at these areas for growth rates, I'm also looking to see what is the consistency of the projected growth rates and from different groups. And like this is coming from facilities programming with their projected growth rates. And then I have the same ones from a Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Board and Dr. Perriman. And so we're looking at growth rates and how they line out and where are they geographically as we can look into the future.
And that triggers another question, possibly about some earlier information. When you were showing high school, or they were reflecting high school, are they looking at not just public high schools, but private high schools and charter schools?
They were looking at the data that's provided by TEA.
So that should include all high school students. Good, okay.
Yes.
Because that's where the challenge isn't it among, at least I've heard this, the CCISD, when they projected their high schools initially and they built the veterans, it was based upon certain growth expectations which are now not meeting it, but it's a migration out of the public school or private schools or charter schools. So I just want to make sure we're looking at the total school population, not just the public school.
We are looking at the total school population, and I'll tell you, and Dr. Silva could explain more, they are developing strategies right now to reach the homeschool population and the charter school population and that population trend, because the public school enrollment is trending softer, I'll say. However, the population total count is there. So the students are just in a different format of schooling.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay, now we get into, I think, what we've been leading up to is the economic impact piece, and how do we overlay it with existing data that we already have that have been coming at us from population trends. I'd like to point out that the Texas Economic Development Guide actually named San Patricio County and Corpus Christi in the top 20 projects in 2017, and that had to do with industrial growth projects. We know that right now there's over $50 billion in announced capital investment going on in our region.
Announced means that there's a lot more that's not announced, question mark?
I believe so.
Okay, that's what it would sound like to me.
Yes. And there's quite a bit more in the works. From what we know, that's even been in the newspaper, there's another process, could be another $15 billion that's in under negotiations, and that came out in the newspaper. So this range is very solid that's coming towards us. One of the biggest driving forces we have, of course, is our Port of Corpus Christi, which has moved from 6th and 7th place into 5th largest port in the United States based on tonnage. That cannot be understated as to the role that the port will play in the growth within our region. Production and output, Texas leads the country in total production and output. We're very proud of that, and we will continue to do that. I'll also be showing in the next slides how our enrollment trends align and coincide with the low unemployment rate, which, again, works with our economic impact and what's going on in our economy. We do design our curriculums and programs right now based upon the targeted occupation list as put out by the Texas Workforce Commission. So we're tying all this together as closely as we can with our partners across the region. We work with WorkSource Solutions for information for job and future jobs and where are the jobs trending and what career tracks are coming in. We work directly with the Port of Corpus Christi. We work with Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Board and San Patricio Economic Development Board. We're partnering with all areas that we can to find the most current and accurate data as to what is going on. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, 50 billion, is there any breakdown of how much of that's actually under construction versus in planning process? In other words, how solid is that number?
Yes, and I'm so glad you asked. It's 2 more slides down.
Dope.
Thank you. Great minds. No. This slide, you saw this last time because this is showing the enrollment trends of the unduplicated head count for Del Mar College with continuing education and credit. But we added a line. We added the unemployment rate. And so if you notice, the unemployment rate is the red dotted line that goes down. And even though our enrollment had trended, if you take the trend lines, you'll notice how as unemployment goes down, continuing education courses and workforce corporate services goes directly upward. This last year is the 2017 Harvey tick, I want to call it, that we expect this line
Just for the
to
record,
continue on.
we can't see that because
Oh,
it
you
doesn't
can't?
show, because it's a laser. It only shows on one screen. Is there a
Thank you.
mouse up there that you could roll over just to, without advancing the slides? That might
Does
help.
this show?
Oh, no,
Oops,
don't
no.
advance slides. Sometimes in a PowerPoint, if you kind of
Is
move
there
the
a
mouse around, it'll start to,
Is
yeah,
this-
there you go. See how now we can all see it on the various
Can you
screens.
see it?
The great
Ah,
thing.
and I can see where I'm going with it. Okay, right here. Now, this is the unemployment trend line. Right here.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry, I got the red one.
The red
Here
one
we go,
is-
the red one. The unemployment trend line is going down as unemployment goes down. In a meeting I was in yesterday, they basically announced or felt like that the unemployment was at full capacity right now in San Patricio, Nueces County, that we're basically, anyone who wants a job has a job, is really the general consensus, I think, within the workforce out there. And that workforce is such a critical mass right now as far as what's happening in our economy.
Someone told me the other day at the State of the Port, they said, Mark, workforce is everything.
Yeah.
Okay. It was in the spirit of the day and the hour and everything else. Of course, there's many other competing interests, but they said, we're counting on you all, was the inference there.
And we see it every day. We see it every day within our students, within the community. It took it away, okay. Well, now this isn't wanting to work. There we go. Y'all saw this graph about 3 years ago, as the changes began to come in. I wanted to show it again today, though, to point out what's happening within the Port of Corpus Christi and why all this change is occurring. If you notice, the deep water port that was dug by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers about 5 years ago, that fronts the bayfront in Ingleside and Portland, and then you come on into the Corpus Christi Ship Channel, and you come into where we're going to have our new bridge and the increased capacity and depth of the harbor. All these are political in nature, and it's funding driven in part by regional, state, and federal funds. However, we've seen this to come to fruition, and we're seeing with the low price of natural gas, pipelines, and everything that's coming in, we're seeing the growth in business and industry. This is what the map would look like today. And again, this slide was provided by Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Board. And it shows just the highlights on where that $50 billion of investment has been announced and is in progress. And there is quite a bit out towards Robstown and along the Ship Channel and heading more southwest too. But this shows a little bit of the breakdown, Regent McCampbell, you were asking for, where right now $26 billion is in direct capital investment that's being spent right now. The additional percentage up to $50 billion is underway over the next year or two, or actually in progress in different capacities. This slide, though, shows the breakdown of the major companies that have come in and are here and the number of employees that they're hiring. I'd like to point out that this $26 billion that's presently being spent created 7,200 jobs. And Dr. Perriman is also using a 2% population growth rate with a 3.5% GDP over the next 5 years. And of course, Dr. Perriman is a demographer out of Austin who we've always used and different areas use. So these numbers are very consistent across our reports and as we look into the future. And I think they are much stronger than the population data counts that we were showing. Okay. Also, I'd like to point out the bottom down here where it shows 12 major pipelines coming into our region. If it wasn't for the 12 major pipelines, the low price of natural gas, and what all that brings to our region, when you think about capacity of land, low price of natural gas, pipelines to move, railway that's accessible, and a key trained workforce, we are primed for one of the best areas within the country for economic development and growth. This is a map that basically shows where that investment has taken place. Even though I have all their logos, this is showing where that's happening and where more and more will come. It was in the newspaper that if you go out past where it shows Rockport Terminal up here, in this area, there's a 3,000-acre tract of land right now that is being negotiated on. For additional growth, it would be more inland in here. Also, there's additional growth opportunity out at the west side, that there are sites out here in the Robstown area, and there will be additional growth out here because of the rail and pipelines that are coming. They may not need water access, deep water access, to come into the area. So as we begin to, I'm sorry, that's real sensitive when I start trying to use that mouse. As you begin to look at where we are located from the demographic maps, and then you look at where the growth is in industry and business, and where the workforce growth, and we've also shown where the housing growth is, we get a sense of what's going on in the Coastal Bend. I added this because it's such a significant piece to solidifying the growth that's coming. We do have our new cable-stayed suspension bridge that's being built right now, and those of us that drive by it every day get to enjoy it. It's almost $1 billion investment, and Del Mar College is proud to say we're part of all of that workforce and development. I added this slide because I thought you might find it interesting as to how this bridge compares to our existing bridge. It's quite impressive. What goes with the new high bridge is also the size of ships that will be able to come into our port and this type of exportation that will happen in the volumes that will go on. So as you begin to look at this and put this together, we've had the opportunity to look at the demographic trends that have reinforced what we've been talking about through maps and through zip codes and through the high schools. And then we look at the economic impact of what's going on within the growth within our region. I think we're fair to say that we're in a very healthy environment and opportunity abounds.
I see this bridge as the link, the new link between the northern part of our service area and the basis of our tax base right now. So it's not only functional by way of bringing in bigger tankers than ever and so forth, but it is an opportunity, and a link to San Patricio County and further north, so.
So, and the next I'd like to talk about is the political environment. Because when we look at our external environment, we look at the population demographic trends, we looked at the economic impact, and then when we look at the political environment. And I'd like to say we're very fortunate, and thank you, Regents, for your leadership in our state organizations, and Dr. Escamilla. Within your leadership in our state organizations, we have a very solid legislative agenda that's been set out for this 86th legislature. I've listed the statewide organizations that have basically aligned within the political agenda for this next legislature. And I want to just point out, no, but you've seen this before and much more in depth, but how this will impact us as a college. The funding recommendation is to increase funding by 8.2% to formula funding. We'll see how that works. But one of the key elements is that they've also in supporting performance-based funding. Performance-based funding is that point system where they take away basically 10% of your funding and you get to earn it back by different levels of completion. And we track that and we are working on those. And those are areas of opportunity for us to improve our strategies as we deal with those different points. Right now, one of the points that we do not get any credit for is when people do leave us and take a job at a very high pay and improve themselves, but without completing a certificate or a sequence of courses. So there's room for improvement there within our legislative agenda. The other thing has to do with dual credit, and I realize dual credit is of great interest to us, and I think this re-solidifies how important dual credit is moving forward, that in the state strategic plan, they have a goal that by 2030, 30% of high school graduates will have completed at least 12 semester credit hours of dual credit. And so we're on track to do that. And so I think this is significant to point out that, again, at the state level, this is being reinforced. The other thing has to do with workforce education. The state agenda is to also expand career technology education in the high schools. We are directly involved in developing programs in our area high schools in career technology. We do that through a variety of ways. We have the San Patricio Consortium, County Consortium, where we just received the $100,000 from Gulf Coast Growth Ventures. Those dollars will go out to the schools within San Patricio County. Everyone will benefit from those dollars. That's just one way. But the other way is through supporting JET grants. We work with the surrounding school districts for JET grants. For a school district to receive a JET grant, Del Mar College has to support it, and the field in which the funding goes buys equipment for those school districts, and it needs to be tied to an in-demand job. And where I've said in the beginning that we tie our programs, our workforce programs, to those that are identified as in-demand jobs by the Texas Workforce Commission, that again reinforces that through this funding stream through JET grants. The other thing has to do with aligning the fundings for our small business development centers to come under Texas Workforce Commission. This last year, our small business development centers received less funding from the state legislature and the legislative appropriations. So this area would greatly help us, and these are all programs that we're very engaged in here at Del Mar. And so this political agenda ties in directly as to what we're doing. And so that gives you an idea as to where we are in the political environment. And as we move on into the next stages, this is the completion of my area. Is there any questions or discussion? Anybody has? Okay, thank you all very much.
I would just say that the estimates for this are very conservative. We're very cautious. We cautioned the group that we're working with as we put data out in front of us. I think you can see very easily that as we scan the environments that the optimism is much greater than we're presenting here. Even though this is an optimistic outlook, the opportunities and the growth that are coming are substantially greater than what we're presenting today. being very careful.
Will our strategic plan include any discussion or talks about expanding our taxing district, bringing other entities into our taxing district?
That is entirely up to the Board of Regents. That is a strategic initiative that has always been a part of the conversation and the plans. And so however the regents choose to proceed with that conversation, I will look forward to engaging you all in that conversation and ultimately included it in the plan.
Thank you for your attention and discussions this morning. We're off to a really good start. We're going to take a break for lunch. 45 minutes, 30 minutes. Let's do 30. Let's have some lunch. Thank you.
Okay, it looks like we're ready. Anytime that Dr. Wilson's ready to start, we will get going here.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope everyone had a refreshing break, got time to decompress a little bit after looking at all that data. So we are starting the second half of our day, wrapping it up. Before we get into the SWOT analysis and talking about next steps for the strategic planning process, we're going to talk a little bit more about our external environment. Dr. Lucy James is going to talk through a STEEP analysis that the Strategic Planning Committee recently discussed and we put together based on their feedback. So STEEP is a format that SCUP recommends, and I'll have Lucy tell you more about it.
So I'm sure while you were eating, you were staring and memorizing the slide that's been up all this time about STEEP analysis. It is an acronym, and it's part of, again, of our external scan of our environment. So we're looking, again, not so much within Del Mar College, but at how we interact with our external environment in ways that we look at the social, the technological, the environmental, the economic, and the political factors. And Vice President Keys brought several of those to our attention. We've talked about some other things throughout the day. And so we did bring this to the first meeting of our Strategic Planning Steering Committee, and they gave us some ideas on what might fit within each of these categories. So first, the social is how people work together with each other and also their own internal workings. And here are some factors that the steering committee thought were important. The kinds of relationships that Del Mar has with other colleges and universities that serve students in our area and that our students transfer to as well. How we collaborate with our various community agencies that we work with. Developing transfer agreements so that our students can go on after they've completed what they need at Del Mar and continue their education in a successful manner. Dual credit, and especially as we're offering dual credit outside of those, whether it's the smaller, I think it was the green line or the larger red line, even outside of those, we are offering dual credit right now. Pleasanton was mentioned earlier. So expanding dual credit outside of our service area is one of the things we need to think about. And also our workforce partnerships. We've already mentioned working with the Army Depot, with the airport. So those kinds of things are our social factors we need to think about. We asked them about technology, how people use technology. Both the hardware pieces and all the software pieces. We've talked a lot about Civitas today. How society uses technology and how technology then affects our society. And these are the factors that our committee came up with. First is the rise in distance learning. We saw the numbers as we looked at those. How we use data analytics like Civitas. We talked about how as technology is affecting the way we do processes at the college, how we handle things. Are we going to continue to be paper-based? Do we need to automate some of those things? because of distance learning and other pieces, students needing connectivity, 24/7 access to interact with Del Mar. And then how all those software and hardware pieces have implications for our own budget and for training the faculty and staff members who need to work with those pieces of technology. When we look at economic factors, it can be macroeconomics or microeconomics, our global trends, the jobs and skills needed for those jobs, which we've talked some about in Vice President Key's presentation. We have that local economic boom. That's what our committee talked about. We also, our workforce is needing high skill sets. And that causes two issues that are factors that we need to consider. Quite often, our students develop some of the skills they need and leave to enter the workforce before they finish their degree. And with those high skill sets, we have difficulty sometimes recruiting the people we need to teach those skill sets because industry pays them more. So those are factors we need to consider. For the environment is the entire surrounding where we live. And so here's some of the things that our committee talked about. The quality of life in Corpus Christi, whether or not it's the kind of life that many people would like to have. In the past, we've talked about how students may get their degree but go someplace else to work. What are we doing? How does our quality of life here in Corpus Christi draw people? We also talked about the Southside campus, moving toward the environment with our increase in population. All the renovations going on both our east and our west campus to change the kind of environment or to improve the kind of environment we offer. And as we've mentioned earlier today, lack of student housing is another environment factor. These were from our committee. And finally, the political, how the political factors, government decisions affect Del Mar. And our committee came up with ideas about state policy mandates, things we are required to do that we have to figure out how to do. The 60 by 30 Texas plan that we are looking at meeting those requirements. How DACA, I just had it. Deferred. Oh my goodness. I had it before lunch. Lunch took it out of my deferred action for college childhood arrivals. Yeah. DREAM Act, the Dreamers. How that affects Del Mar. Reduced funding for community colleges, how our funding traditionally over the years has been reduced, and also just the relationships and both the very strong relationships we have with our city, county, and state governments and where we may need to strengthen and develop those relationships. So this is kind of the pieces of the STEEP analysis that we looked at. You may have others that you want to talk about, and we're going to give you a chance to do that because we're going to go into a SWOT analysis. This was introduced earlier. You've probably seen it if you've done worked with other organizations. The SWOT analysis looks at strengths and weaknesses, and those are internal. So as you look across, you see that we have internal strengths, internal weaknesses, and then we have external opportunities and threats. The strengths and the opportunities, that column, are things that are helpful to us that we want to build on. The column that says harmful are our weaknesses, internal weaknesses or external threats that we need to figure out how to deal with. So hopefully, as we've gone through all of our data today, as we've gone through our presentations, there are things that you have noted, that you have made note of, and we want to give you a little time to talk, and then we are going to document. So we have our charts, and we have some people to write. In a little bit, we're going to ask you to help us begin listing what are our strengths at Del Mar? What are our weaknesses? What opportunities do we have externally? What threats do we have coming at us? So we'd like for you to just talk amongst yourselves to the people right around you to think for a few minutes, and then we will call you back and ask you to help us document those so we can get them down for all of us to talk about. Pairs, 2 to 3 people, depending on how you're sitting, probably would work really well.
And you can utilize your handouts that you had in your packet if that helps you to organize and categorize your thoughts. I'll just give you a few minutes.
as I've wandered around, I've kind of seen quite a few things listed. Are we ready, or do you want a few more minutes? So you would like a little more time for your group. Okay, we'll give you a little more time. So, do we think we can probably, with all of us together, come up with some really good ideas? So, I'm going to kind of facilitate. We'll probably need to remind you to use your microphone when you have something. And then Dr. Wilson and Carlos Garanzaway are going to be our scribes. Although I'm a teacher, I never really got really good at writing, like on the board. I never practiced that. So I'm glad they're doing that. So let's start with our strengths. So internally, what strengths do we have at Del Mar College?
Do you want to go group by group, or how do you want to do this?
Yes, why don't we do that? So I saw
your-
Ms. Hutchinson turn her
Do-
microphone.
You want one? I'll give you one, and then we'll go
We're
around.
gonna
Or do you
do
want my
strengths,
12?
weaknesses. We can do it together.
We're going to want
One,
them
two,
all.
weak- one, two,
Ultimately, we're going to
weakness.
capture
Or is it
them all.
mine,
So-
ours?
What's easier for y'all to capture? One person's all of their strengths, and then we go to the next group? or-
We can get all of theirs, and then if y'all have others to
Let me give you a
add,
cou- let me
maybe,
give
and
you
then
a
we'll
couple.
start with a different group when we go to the next category.
Equally as good as them. Very good.
Yes, all right. So this
I'll
group's
give you kind of
strengths.
our top 3 or 4, something like that. One is our superior faculty.
Our superior faculty.
One is that we do have open access
Open access.
for enrollment. And another is our Del Mar Foundation.
Our foundation.
How about those 3?
They have 12.
We'll see what you.
I should have written small.
The other is our commitment to technology and the use of technology.
Okay.
Another is our new buildings and renovations. And there was a mention about the Superior Board of Regents.
And I think
Just
that's
saying.
exactly true. We have a very involved.
And then I'd say the other that I haven't covered yet. It was. Did you use the word superior or just good? That's okay. Yeah, oh, that's, okay, you win. And the other is the cultural opportunities that we provide.
Okay. Are you stopping there?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm stop there, sorry.
All right, so.
I yield the floor.
So to add to that, we led with a general comment about reputation. We know from, we've done surveys in the past related to the bond issues, we have a high 90s favorability rating, higher than any other entity in town, but just generally speaking, the community reputation around the state, specifics like health fields, our graduates out there, but even in the business community. So reputation is a huge asset and strength for us, we think. We added to faculty, staff, and leadership. We were actually a little bit more demure about the board. We said that we had a lot of, that we work well together, and we had some cohesiveness with the board. The community connection support partnerships is a strength. We think the growth in continuing education, which is tied to some of the reputation and partnerships, is a strength that could be a key part of our plan. This sounds like an odd strength, but our ability or our track record in passing bond issues as needed, strategically identifying what we need, leveraging the reputation, passing them, and then investing them back in our students. We mentioned facilities, which I think you guys did. We mentioned Civitas, which kind of is tied to your technology. Gabe had a really good one. Our ties and relationship with our elected officials, particularly our state reps and senator, is important. And another one that was mentioned was really, when you look at it all in, particularly compared to other taxing entities here, we think we have a reasonable tax rate. And if you look at that long-term history, we've not just increased every year. We've increased more recently, but really over a longer period of time, our increase has been more flat compared to other entities, and that is a strength, we think. That's it.
Okay. Does your group have anything to add that, Dr. Sherwood?
They did cover almost everything we talked about, but, and this was sort of alluded to, but I think the strong administrative team specifically, and especially Dr. Escamilla as the president, is a strength. Another one would be affordability. And another would be our nimbleness in responding to needs of industry. Let's see if there's anything else. And the strong financial position.
Great. Thank you so much. Anything that, I know y'all said you had 12. Was there anything else you wanted to add from your list? Okay. Thank you.
Brainstorming off of what else we hear, when you say affordability, often what goes in tandem with that when we promote it is accessibility.
Right. So open access and accessibility. Okay. Great. All right. So Chairman Campbell, I think we'll start with your group then if we're ready to move on to weaknesses.
Sure. Well, well, your group might have been. Ours actually had a few, but there are far fewer, less, obviously, weaknesses than there were strengths, which is good. Just generally, and we don't have to, some of these are our perceptions, so they may not be accurate. We certainly think the dropout rate, non-completion rate, retention, those are all weaknesses and areas we can work on to improve. Probably given the way we have to use the model going forward, the counselor to student ratio, the capacity even of the counseling function and the advising function. This next one sort of lumped in together: succession planning, leadership development, as we have an aging workforce within the college, and how we replace that and provide for that. Maybe it may not be so much a weakness, but a need. There's a little bit blurring there together. We've talked about this every time we do board self-evaluations and everything else. We still think there's a weakness in our ability to long-term financial plan. We've got our savior who's going to walk on water over there with that, sitting there. But it's going to be increasingly important as we get bigger, larger, more sophisticated, that we're able to know that when we make a decision now, what that's going to look like on the bottom line and the operations of the college, 5 years out, and maybe even further. That was it.
Okay. Dr. Sherwood, are you reporting for your group on the weaknesses, or does someone else have that? Okay.
Some of the things that occurred to us were the percentage of our part-time students, and if there's a way to move that needle. So, because, one of the truisms in higher ed is that full-time students tend to finish on, so, and whatever the pieces are that would help to make that happen. The time to completion and the hours to completion perhaps is something that could stand some improvement. And a look at transfer. I don't know enough of the numbers there, but is that something that we need to pay more attention to? I'm going to sound like the Cassandra here. Along with the, I know we have a great foundation and they're doing a terrific job, but what is the scholarship need? Do we need to have a goal set towards scholarships that helps us achieve that less part-time student success? And the same thing with, someone else brought up the advising. With the kind of students we have and the need for that more hands-on ability, do we have enough? Questions. A lot of these are as much questions as weaknesses.
And questions are extremely important as we do this process, because the questions and finding answers, or that we can't find answers if that's a possibility, can help us then lead us to what we need to look at doing as our strategic issues.
One was a concern about our computer system. The second kind of goes with one of our strengths was our new buildings and renovations, but the downside of that is the disruptions that building causes. The noise, the hassle, the dirt, the lack of parking, all those things you all live with even more than we do. And then finally, think this is a variation of what Mary was saying about that number where we've got students having too many hours and still not completing. It's really our list.
Thank you. Okay. So did any of you come up with, like, as you heard others talk about internal weaknesses, was there anything else that came into your thought process that we need to add to our list? Nope. Okay, then let's move external. What opportunities do we have? And I think we start with this group on opportunities.
Obviously, the industrial growth that's going on and population growth were a couple of the things that we talked about, and the strong support that we have from industry, legislative, the community, that reputational piece that has helped us to build those strong relationships.
So, opportunities, yes. Can you turn your microphone? Thank you.
Have our community be educated about what a bargain Del Mar is. And the next was to to educate the community about keeping our promises. It kind of is consistent with how we pass bond elections and things, that we're able to do that. Another opportunity is expanding our tax base, as broad as that might be. And then the final was to get community involvement through town halls so that there's engagement in the community in what we're doing. Does that do as well? Okay.
Thank you. Chairman Campbell.
We think the e-learning is a big area for us of opportunity. It was good to know that we're doing more and that we've got more abilities than we do now, but we probably certainly, if you just look at the raw numbers, we're probably not leveraging as much as there, and it's easier to scale that up over time as it is buildings and things like that, and the cost factor of providing that. Why it's a weakness in one area, an internal weakness in terms of part-time students, it also becomes an opportunity. How to serve them and how to do that in creative ways. Some of these things that we don't get credit for, I was listening to Mark talk on the slide, and so I'll try to remember to tell you when it's a Mark-ism here. He said making more sophomores, which means more graduates. That's an opportunity, we thought. Increasing dual credit. We're doing great in there, but that's every time I talk to parents in the community, they get so excited. And you were sharing a story a while ago with the dual credit. That's just, but not only increasing it and letting people know what a deal it is, making sure we're adequately compensated for it. You know, the pricing structure of that. We think the use of Civitas, I mean, every time we hear y'all talk about it, we learn about something new that's going on enough that, like Elvis said, we'd like to have a session and learn even more about it, but clearly that's an opportunity, you know, to use even more so. I'd made a sort of note of this, and Mark reaffirmed it too. You know, with all this data, I mean, are we getting to that point where we need a data guru? You know, a lot of big corporations effectively have someone that's, you know, chief data officer kind of stuff. Not that that's the right title for here, but whatever. There's a big opportunity, we think, for noodle models for increasing services to the areas outside our taxing district, but in our service area. And maybe even beyond our service area if people are still coming here, as we talked about that. And we purposely said new models, meaning, you know, maybe we've got to get as creative as you were talking about, Mark, the 8-week scenario that other colleges are doing. I mean, to me, that's just like outside the box for those of us who've always thought in typical semesters, well, what's something new and out of the box like that for reaching out to new service areas? Certainly, it's a given that our taxing area does not match our service area, so that's an opportunity. And that ties into, Carol mentioned something that some of you may have heard at ACCT, a budget process aligned to the strategic plan, making student success a budget priority. And then I guess also tied to the taxing area not matching the service area is a statewide discussion of taxing and services. That comes up every so often. There's big colleges are covered because theirs tends to overlap, but the smaller colleges don't. So maybe that needs to be a statewide discussion. And that was our opportunities, in addition to yours.
Did that spur any other opportunities that we need to list? Okay. So now we'll move to our external, what threats do we have? And I guess we'll just rotate back around to Regent Hutchinson's group.
I'd say first was cuts in state funding. The second was the low household income in the area. Third was the competition with for-profit colleges. Fourth was the lack of readiness of students out of local high schools. And then last, I think, is the public's resistance to tax increases.
Thank you. Chairman Campbell, are you doing the threats as well?
Sure, we have a few threats. This shows up in other places because depending how you look at it, it can be categorized different ways, but the whole part-time students, just the fact it's harder to complete, that's internal, but it's also external because of that. The changing demographics of our community may be a more broader way to say what was said about low income, but it means more than just income. This is similar to something that Susan said, community concerns about the overall tax rate from all entities. And we know that there's some discussions at the statewide with changes to the rollback rate and stuff like that. So it's got some political. And that's another one that's just in generally, it's a catch-all, but it's political. You know, the state of politics in Texas, maybe the way doing it. And more than just the state of politics in Texas, it's the attitude towards the importance of higher education. Right. Dropout non-completion rates, that's again maybe not so external as it is internal. Incoming workforce, and as I think Carol mentioned this, that the growth in the region is also a weakness because as people get jobs easily without needing to complete, then they don't complete. And that may need to drive strategies like we had for a while with CCAD, where they went ahead and hired them, and then they paid them to finish going to school. So there's creative ways around that if they're getting out there, and it could drive further growth in continuing education and on-the-job certificates that are applied by us and things like that. Gabe brought up the very astute point when you think about the events of the last couple of days: is are we doing enough to address security on campus? We're obviously doing a lot more than we did before. We recognize that. But when you realize like things happened just recently, that places where large numbers of people are become targets for crazies. So how do we deal with that? I think that was it.
Okay, thank you. The readiness of high school graduates was mentioned, but I'd add to that the completion of high school graduates, because I think we still have a problem here with that. And although right now we're in this wonderful growth in the industry period, we all know that that goes up and down, and how we sort of prepare ourselves for the ups, for the downs as well as the ups. And in addition to legislative cuts, just the legislative mandates that may or may not be a direct cut, but can cut into the budget by having to respond to them. Did y'all have any others?
Okay. I would give you all an A for very thoughtful responses. So I'm going to, before we do anything else with this, I want to turn this over to Carlos Garanzaway, who's going to kind of talk with us a little bit about our capabilities and capacities. So, Carlos.
As Carlos is coming to the microphone.
As he finishes writing, yeah, sorry.
As Carlos gets ready and gets teed up here, I would encourage our regents that if something comes up, not at 3 in the morning, but at any other time, because it may come up at 3, call me, call Natalie or myself, or just get a hold of us and let us know. Let's talk it through, and we'll add to the list if need be. And we are going to process this, and we're going to talk about that here in a little bit. But we understand that this is not an exhaustive list of what's out there. So this list can continue. We've got some time yet.
So thank you for a wonderful and comprehensive, at least in this temporary state, of being able to identify these different aspects of an analysis. Taking it a step further, though, it begs the question, so what can we do about it? Okay, so we've identified these things. Are we equipped to be able to handle these different issues? Be able to face them, deal with them, improve certain situations that we're already doing well with? In order to be able to put that into context, we should find out what our distinctive capabilities and institutional capacities are. So with our capabilities, very simply put, it's what are we capable of doing? What can we do? Taking it a step further, though, what are our distinct capabilities? If we were a garage, if we were an automotive garage, we would be able to provide certain types of services to whoever our customers were, okay, based on, you know, whatever types of services we can produce. What do we do? And as an institution, we have a set of capabilities. So what do we do? We provide an education. We provide opportunities for lifelong learning. We provide training, just like our mission statement says. We provide training so students can go into the workforce. What is it that we do really well, though? Because a lot of institutions do very similar things. So what do we excel at? What are our distinct capabilities? These types of qualities involve characteristics that be able to help differentiate Del Mar College from other like institutions. They help be able to create strong value for our stakeholders, not just the students, of course they are one of our stakeholders, but what about our industry partners? What about our political supporters? What about the community as a whole? And what are these things that we're able to provide that are maybe difficult for others to copy? They're more unique to us as an institution. So these are our distinctive capabilities. These are the things that Del Mar College excels at as an individual institution. To be able to provide those, what kind of institutional capacities do we have? So of our capabilities, what are all the things that we're able to do, especially the distinctive ones that are tied to Del Mar College, but what are institutional capacities? Now these can involve different types of resources that we use moving forward. Our faculty, our administration, our budget, in addition to resources like the buildings themselves, the technology that we use, those kinds of resources, the library, information, those types of resources that are used to be able to help accomplish the different capabilities that we have. Some considerations, again, the different types of learning spaces. So we do have a building going up on campus right now, on the East Campus. We also have buildings going up and being developed on the West Campus as well, more long-term, looking at a facility on the south side of the city. Student success initiatives, developing new and better ways that are specific for Del Mar College to be able to help serve our students. Some consideration could also be given to dual credit, being able to provide better resources, being able to provide better integration and onboarding for those students to be able to make that transition from secondary to post-secondary education, and being able to have the automative technology to be able to help make those processes a little bit quicker as opposed to more manual processes. So new student information systems, Civitas has been discussed frequently today as a tool that will be able to help us gather and analyze data at a quicker pace that will make us that will help us to be able to make quicker decisions, provide faster and stronger support. It increases our, something that Regent Sherwood had mentioned earlier, our flexibility, not just with being able to assess the external environment of industry, but internally. What do our students need? And how can we provide those things quicker to them? Instead of waiting a year for the data to become certified and then finding out, oh, we lost a large percentage of our students. No, that data will be able to give us indicators. Like Dr. Silva had mentioned earlier, we can get indicators quicker. We can reach out and help rehabilitate the GPA of certain students that might need more resources to be able to help them achieve their goals, their measure of student success. So these things are helpful to be able to move forward and being able to understand, not just through SWOT analysis of things that need to be considered, but what are areas that we can better utilize our resources, and how can we be able to help improve our capacity so that way we can have a far greater reaching capability. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Wilson to be able to help identifying those priorities.
Thank you, Carlos. We've identified a lot of strengths and a lot of areas that we'd like to work on, and that's why it's important for us to talk about our capabilities and also our capacities. Some of these things that we talked about today, we're not going to be able to master in 5 years. Let me just put that out there. We can make steps towards making it better, but for the scope of this strategic plan, we want to think about what is our area of focus within the next 5 years. I would love for us to be able to do everything exceptionally well, but the fact of the matter is there's a lot going on. We're juggling a lot of Rubik's Cubes right now. So thank you for working together, for identifying these strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. We are wrapping up the day, and the final activity that we're going to engage in is going to be working with this information again. And from this information, we want to identify our priority areas, what we're calling our strategic issues. This is out of SCUP language. They recommend that we identify what are those key things that we just can't ignore in our strategic plan. Again, moving from a plan that includes everything that we do to one that is very operationally strategic. We want your feedback. Everything's important here, every single thing. But what we'd like to do over the next 10, 15 minutes is to give you the opportunity to identify your priorities. In your folder, you have some dots there. You probably have an idea where we're going with these dots. It's a very highly scientific method of dot placing. So a lot of these things we talked about are related to each other. So we're going to give you the opportunity to go around and identify your top strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Pick your top 2 in each category. And because there's a lot of related topics, we'll go back and we'll regroup them. So as Dr. Escamilla mentioned, this is not the end of our prioritizing. This is just the start based on everything we talked about today, everything that's fresh in your mind. As a regent, what is most important? So I'll give you a little bit of time, 2 dots per section, and then we'll regroup and we'll see which ones rose to the top.
Are we supposed to have 8 dots?
8. Mm-hmm.
If you're like me, you want another 100 dots in your little stack here. But what we're attempting to do here is find that we're trying to identify the hottest issues right now, just to kind of get a gauge of the list. And by no means is this an end to this process.
Is hottest highest priority? Well, I mean, what are you could pick based upon any number of factors. So can you just restate what's the criteria we should use for picking?
Keep the next 5 years in mind. We haven't gone through our visioning process yet. That's our next step. Where do we want to be in 5 years? But what do you think are the key factors we need to attend to as we move forward in the next 5 years?
The most important.
Yes. Mm-hmm. I hope our handwriting was clear enough. We really tried. I put my grade school teacher training to use.
I think I'm missing one. I thought I did.
Just about. Just about. We're finishing with the summarizing. Yeah, he's just wrapping up. Okay. Let's see what the dots tell us. Was this easy to do? Well, I'll tell you, y'all aren't making it easy on us. Some of them are all over the place. Everything's important. We know, it's all important. So real quickly, we'll go over the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, but I just want to reiterate, this is just the start. If there are things we need to add, switch out later, this is the first part of our narrowing and prioritization process. So on the strength side, our top 2 strengths were superior faculty, staff, and college leaders, and new buildings, renovations. The items that got 2 votes each were open access, reputation, and continuing education growth. Does that sound about right? Okay. For our weaknesses, let's see, 4, incompletion rate. So our completion rate, that's telling me our completion rate isn't as high as we want it to be. Also with 4 votes, counselor or advisor to student ratio. Do we need more advisors? Time to completion got 3 dots. Long-term financial planning as an institution got 2 dots. 2 dots also went to part-time students, weaknesses, and that also showed up on our opportunities. And 1 dot went to succession planning. So as you can see, we have quite a few priorities. I more than likely would probably focus on those at the top, but I won't, we won't let them go. We won't lose them. We may come back to them at a later time. Okay, so moving on to opportunities. Those key opportunities are expanding our tax base. That rose to the top. All the math people? Making more sophomores, which we can also call student retention, making sure our students are retained to get to that next level. Affordability, making sure people understand what we have to offer here at affordable rates. And part-time students and 8-week terms. We've been talking about that here and there, 8-week terms, something we're interested in, we may want to explore as a strategy. Okay, and finally, threats, cuts to state funding. I can agree with that. Lack of college readiness from incoming students. We talked about 77% of our FTICs are not college ready in at least one area. Public resistance to tax increases and for-profit IHEs, so competitors. Okay.
Christina, just a sort of clarification, I don't know for anyone else, but I know for me on that last one up there, the public resistance, it wasn't just the public resistance, it was also the political environment around that from the statewide. So I want to make sure we don't forget to include some of the statewide discussions that are involving the way they might control the rollback rate and things like that.
Very important clarification. We'll make note of that. Thank you. Okay, so this isn't the last that you'll see of these. We'll bring these back to you at a later date. And as I mentioned earlier, similar processes are going to be happening with our internal stakeholders. Some of them may be the same, some of them may be different, but overall, we're going to look and see where we need to go during the next 5 years.
So when we talk about strategic issues.
Yes, ma'am.
So, and this may just be a process and wording question or semantics question, but when we talk about for-profit institutions, for example, that in and of itself is not a strategic issue. For me, the issue around, and I didn't put a dot on that one, but the issue around for-profits is what are our competitors doing better, faster, cheaper, friendlier than we are, and that may be a strategic issue. So if the idea of competition for a for-profit is about they can get students in faster, they have cohorts that start on a year-round basis, whatever that is, that's the strategic issue around the competitors, not just the label for-profit.
That gets to the heart of it.
Am I on the right track here? We're going to really dig a little bit deeper and not just take the label, but really understand why somebody might think a for-profit is a strategic issue.
I think it's, if you tie the last opportunity with the last threat, that is a reason, that is a tie-in of those two notions. In other words, the 8-week terms. In other words, that's what these, I think it's, what's the University of Incarnate Word is a great example of a local entity growing locally and so forth. It's not just A&M Corpus Christi locally. And guess what? They offer these 8-week sessions. And we know that that's an example. So those are kind of little nuanced pieces that well, let me say that the for-profit IHE presents, our solution would be 8-week terms. So we need to dive deeper into that, but that's an example of bringing a strategy. And see, that's the thing. A lot of these terms are strategies. A lot of them are action plans. Some are big picture and small pictures, and we're kind of mixing them all up at this point. And we knew that would be what this exercise would bring. But
so an 8-week course, an 8-week term would be a strategic solution or strategy to address either time to completion or retention rates or something like that, because the idea is that the bigger strategic issue is around acquiring, retaining, and completing students, and then there might be 3 or 4 things underneath that, including 8-week terms that we do to address that.
Exactly.
Okay.
yes, that's it. We're going to sort all these appropriately into their appropriate categories. So yeah, a lot of the opportunities are strategies and action plans to address the bigger pictures.
Yes,
threats.
and I love the SWOT framework, but that's just all it is, a framework. And part of the value of capturing the wording just like you say it is it helps us to later put together things that are similar. And we can say, okay, it is competition. Oh, okay, it is something else. Because part of what's articulated is more of the symptom or a strategy, but we'll work through that. What's important now is you feel like we've identified what's important to you, and we'll work through that grouping issue and bring it back to you in that way. So I'm glad you pointed that out, because that's a very specific threat, but it isn't the heart of the larger issue.
Since we're brought up the competition issue, one of the things that didn't occur to me as we were looking at this is we looked pretty much at a local level. And one of the things I'm aware of is that the A&M system is opening its Rellis campus in College Station, where they're expecting to attract lots and lots of students who did not get into A&M or would like to go to A&M or like to be associated there. And whether or not that's a threat or not, I think it's something that we need to have on the horizon. And there may be others, but that's a specific one that I'm aware of.
I'll look into that. Mary is the president over there at Glenn and a good friend of mine, and so she's tied into that, and I will work with her and find out how the inner workings of all that, how it works and so forth. But it is it does present a threat.
And a good point. There's a lot that we've discussed today, but there's some things we may need to go back and hit on. So if it really is competition, if that's what the board feels like we need to spend more time on, we may have to go back and revisit that and expand our scope. Okay? All right, I'm going to end the discussion on strategic issues with this last visual.
I'm going to take,
sure,
if I may,
Go ahead.
Dr. Walters here. I think she wanted to.
I just wanted to say we have the VIP program that is for those students. At A&M, we have that partnership, which wasn't brought up here.
Yeah. So, if I may, the VIP program is being expanded, by the way. We're working with both A&M Corpus Christi and now A&M Kingsville to launch a comparable program. And we're also looking to improve that Viking Islander program that we started this past spring. We see great opportunities there to get in on the ground floor with those types of with that type of initiative, to address that and be a partner and see it as an opportunity, more as an opportunity, develop it more as an opportunity than a threat. So just FYI, we've reached out and we're working with Kingsville. Are we going next week? Monday. Drs. Silva and Lewis will be at A&M Kingsville to look at for the lack of a better, we don't have a title yet, but a Viking Javelina program as well.
Excellent. So you'll see these items again, but it may be reworded. We may combine some to develop themes, but ultimately what we want to do is identify a manageable list of strategic issues that we feel are a priority for the next plan, and those issues will form the basis of our strategic plan. Our goals, our operational objectives will be designed to meet those issues. So we used 8-week courses as an example. That could be an objective or strategy that supports one of our strategic issues. So just to give you a sense of where we're going. But I think today was very productive. Thank you for your feedback. I think it puts us in the right direction, and it has been an excellent start. Okay, so I'm going to talk about next steps, what you can expect to hear about in the next few months. So we looked at this chart when we started the day, the SCUT model. Just to reiterate, we're at the very beginning, assessing the landscape. We've come a long way just today in helping to set our priorities. The next step will be to work through our planning roadmap, identifying our vision, and then solidifying what we want those strategic issues and those top main goals to be. And of course, with embedded KPIs. So that process will continue through April. Again, you can anticipate hearing some more from Dr. Escamilla and those in his office about scheduling upcoming workshops to work through the rest of those parts of the process. And then through the summer, the leadership, the faculty and staff, the strategic planning committee will work through developing those strategies, embedding them into individual departmental plans. And in August, by August, you can expect to see a final version of the strategic plan for your review and approval, if not before then. Okay? Then, of course, we have 4 years to implement, and we will continually be looking at our KPIs and our progress so we can know where we need to tweak or where we may need to refunnel or rechannel some of our efforts. All right, so again, stakeholders are going to play a key part of this process. The internal committee will serve as our communication channels with the community, but we're going to have a website. We're going to have many materials that tell people what's going on, and they will as well analyze the environment and look at a lot of the pieces of data that you did today. Creating the plan, I already talked about this very briefly. First, we create the vision, identify our goals, make sure we have the appropriate metrics. And of course, priorities are going to be important because as we go along, we may find that plans need to change. If that does happen, we'll need to know, okay, where do we funnel our efforts? Where do we put our budget? So that will be a part of it. Okay. So again, reiterating the timeline, I feel like y'all probably have this memorized already. By next summer, we'll have this worked out and available for you to review and to approve. But to get there, we still have several steps along the way, and we will provide you with updates and engage you in further workshops. Okay? And of course, implementing the plan, monitor and evaluating progress. And part of what's really new about this process, again, is just making sure that all areas of the college are aware of what our overall goals are, and we're all moving towards the same direction, very precise direction. Okay, and finally, I love this quote from SCUP. I think it encapsulates everything that we're trying to do very, very well. The mission is what we are doing currently, what we are out there to do, who we are out there to serve. The vision is what we hope to accomplish. This is what we'll work on next time. What do we want to be in 5 years? How do you think we can grow and develop within that period of time? Those are the current and envisioned states. And the plan, those goals, objectives, and strategies are what is going to get us there. So today was really helpful in putting a lot of important information out there and allowing you to tell us what the priorities are. So I thank you for your time today. And this isn't the last you've heard of this process, and we look forward to your continued feedback.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
A big thank you on behalf of the board and everyone here, both to you, Christina, and Lucy, and to Carlos. We appreciate it. And a lot of work goes into this, and a lot of work already, a lot of work to come, and we do appreciate it. Thank you.
It's fun. Thank you.
Well, now that's interesting. I've never heard people call strategic planning fun, but that's good. I like your attitude about that.
I've heard Dr. Sherwood say it, so I'm not
There
the
you
only
go.
one.
There you go. Good. Yeah, strategic planning nerds. I'm going to do one switch in the agenda. I'm going to move calendaring up so that we can do it while staff is here, knowing that we have a probably sort of long a closed session, and that way any staff that needs to leave can, and you won't have to wait around. So, Regents, we don't have a printed calendar in front of you, but I'm going to go over a couple of key dates, starting with November all the way through to February. There is not, as you probably know now, there's not a board meeting next week. It was a very light agenda, and so we're not going to have the board meeting next week. There is a scholarship reception on Tuesday night at 5:30 at the Dome on West Campus, if you can attend that. Friday the 16th is the canvassing of the votes at noontime, and I believe we do need 2 regents there, and I'm not sure if someone has confirmed who those are going to be. Or we all do that, I guess, here shortly.
We'll take care of that early next
so
week.
So we do need 2 regents for that, so be kind of alert on that. The following week is Thanksgiving. Then November 29th is the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board Leadership Conference in Austin, and I believe some of you have already signed up for that. Moving into December, Natalie's been working to confirm with each of you a time slot on either the Tuesday the 4th or Wednesday the 5th for the informal meetings with Ginsler on the South Side new campus to get some updates, so look for that. December 11th is our December board meeting, and that's when we will elect new officers and reconstitute the board. And then on the 13th is graduation, and we need to be there at 6:30, right, for a 7 p.m. graduation. The season celebration is in the Retama Room on Friday the 14th at 11:30, and then we start the holiday break. In January, there is no meeting in January. It's going to be combined with a February meeting, and the February meeting, by the way, is going to move up a week to February 5th because the following week is the ACCT conference, leadership conference, and we've got some folks going to that. So no meeting in January, and those few items that were on our pending list for that will move to the February meeting on February 5th. And January does start our new legislative session, and if you would mark on your calendars January 30th, that's Community College Day in Austin, and followed by, I believe, the TAC CCAT legislative luncheon. There'll be more details about that. I just wanted the people to start being able to plan their calendars and know that if there wasn't a meeting, they could certainly schedule other business appointments. Any additions from anyone about calendaring?
Mr. Chairman, the March meeting actually falls during spring break as well, so that will probably have to change as well.
Okay.
So just because it's FYI.
We'll see if we can get that all worked out in time to announce at the December meeting. That gives you several months to plan, I know, for scheduling patients and clients and travel and everything else.
Yes.
Okay. Any other calendaring?
I just add one, and we'll tie this in with the changing of the March meeting, but we're also looking to, if you haven't already heard, we're looking to have a Del Mar College Day at the Capitol that we're putting together. And we don't know the size of the group, but it certainly will include any and all regions who are interested in attending. That'll be March 7th. We're going to have details for you very quickly. And as we won't wait for the next meeting to start rolling out that information so that you can prepare your calendars. It'll be a nice day at the Capitol to go and really put on a Del Mar College show to a lot of interested, we believe, interested legislators, both locally and throughout the state.
Great. Appreciate it. If you will hold tight while I read the required language for closed session, and then we'll take a brief break while the room clears and we prepare for our closed session. So we're going to go into closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with legal counsel regarding pending or contemplated litigation or claims or settlement offer, including cause number 2012-CCV-61123-2 and appeal number 13-18-00159-CV, Bruce Olson versus Del Mar College, and the seeking of legal advice from counsel on pending legal or contemplated matters or claims with possible discussion and action in open session. And so it is 2:11, and we will break for closed session and clear the room. Thank you. We are going back into open session at 3:14 p.m. Do we have anyone that would like to make a motion?
I do, Mr. Chair. If I may move to authorize legal counsel to negotiate a settlement along the terms, in cause number 2012-CCV-61123-2 and appeal number 13-18-00159-CV, Bruce Olson versus Del Mar College, along the terms discussed with counsel in closed session.
Great. Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any further discussion by regents? Any public comment on the matter? Hearing none, if we could take a roll call vote, please.
Dr. Adame? Yes. Mr. Bennett?
Yes.
Mrs. Estrada? Yes. Ms. Hutchinson?
Yes.
Mr. McCampbell?
Yes.
Ms. Sparker? Yes. Mr. Riva?
Yes.
Ms. Scott? Yes. Dr. Sherwood?
I figured as much.
Or?
No, that was me checking the time. So when I now say the motion passed and we are adjourned at 3:15. Thank you very much.